In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. In the jungle, the quiet jungle, the lion sleeps tonight.
In case you were wondering, the President of the United States of America tweeted out this boomer AI slop, so it's officially not racist, and it's a matter of public record. So as a matter of fact, bitch, I can play it on the intro to my stream. Hello, chat. It's just gonna be one of those days. I'm gonna need a couple energy drinks to get through this one. Let's see. So this should be a week of fun and merriment because it is the 13th anniversary of the Kiwi Farms, a website many of you may know about. But there has been some happenings which need to be addressed. So if you're here for my cope struggle sesh where I'm sweeping, I'm on the verge of tears, my voice is cracking up, and it sounds like I'm crying because it always sounds like that. You're gonna have to wait for about 15 minutes so I can give people time to come in. Let's start with the news as we do. The United States has withdrawn from the World Health Organization, a move that it telegraphed that it would be doing, but has formally completed. The joint statement by the Secretary of State and Secretary of Health and Human Services in terminating its UN membership of the WHO. Where they say that, like many international organizations, the WHO abandoned its core mission and acted repeatedly against the interests of the United States. Though the United States was a founding member and the WHO's largest financial contributor, the organization pursued a politicized bureaucratic agenda driven by the nations hostile to American interests. In doing so, the WHO obstructed the timely and accurate sharing of critical information that could have saved American lives and then concealed those failures under the pretext of acting in the interest of public health. In an extraordinarily petty, pathetic, vindictive move, the WHO headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland, refused to return the American flag, which had been taken down at the flagpole on their headquarters base. And so the U.S. mission to Geneva had to send in a team of Marines from the Swiss embassy to collect the Old Glory, which had previously flown in that spot, which they did. It's just an incredibly stupid, petty thing, which just gave the U.S. an incredible photo op to rally some nationalist sentiment around. Here we go. We got our boys in the fatigues on a very dangerous, I think probably the only hostile mission ever conducted in Switzerland by the United States. We had to send out a squad of the boys rolling up in black Ford Raptor trucks to fuck some WHO butts and get our flag back because it's ours and fuck you. Very cool. Next, Don Lemon, who I believe was very briefly the host of The Daily Show. Does The Daily Show still run? I don't know. I told people this, and apparently it's now a very embarrassing fact, but I used to really like Jon Stewart, and I watched The Daily Show like every night. And I always assumed, and my headcanon was that Jon Stewart kind of realized what was going on with the media and bowed out right before Trump won. And I have been proven wrong by the passage of time, and he is indeed like a corrupt parasite. When I was looking into what happened to Jon Stewart after The Daily Show, his wife was managing like a horse rehabilitation farm in New Jersey or some shit, and he had just completely retreated. But then I guess they really doled out the fucking cash. And like, Jon Stewart, we need you. You're like the only person who has any appeal with like the 30-something young conservative demographics. And then I watched one episode of like the return show that he did on Hulu or some shit, and it was just fucking horrible. It was awful. It was just like the Colbert Report or whatever show he does now. So Really, they honestly should have left him in retirement, because before he came back, I was kind of like, well, Jon Stewart had some integrity. I guess not everybody in the past was a fucking loser liar that just lied to my fucking face constantly. And then they brought him back. I'm like, oh, I have to throw out everything that I trusted from Jon Stewart as well, because he was also a fucking lying piece of shit. So they did a little bit more damage, at least with me, in regards to that. Anyways, Don Lemon was like a horribly unfunny black man that they got to fill very big shoes. I mean, Jon Stewart at that time was held in high regard, and they got this fucking wet blanket to take his place. And apparently, he got so angry at the Orange Man that he went to a church. He's raided a church with a group of Antifa protesters in Minneapolis, and that is apparently a federal terrorism charge, as evidenced by the fact that he was actually indicted by a grand jury. So not just like they pressed charges, they presented evidence to a jury of his peers to ask if they had enough evidence to pursue actual charges. And the jury of Don Lemon's peers said, yeah, that passes the sniff test. You have a plausible charge here for terrorism. So they have indicted him. They've released him already, which is strange because it's a felony. It's a serious felony. However, what's interesting about the charges is that they are more familiarly known as the KKK Act, because the KKK would terrorize black churches. So they made it a crime to terrorize a church, a very serious one, an act of terrorism, specifically to stop the KKK. So a black man in 2026 by the Trump administration is being charged with terrorism charges that were written to law to stop the KKK from harassing black churches. His attorney put out this statement. His name is just terrible. Don, if I was him, I would formally like force people to pronounce it in like a French way, like Don Lemon, because Don Lemon just sounds like Lemon Party, and that's what I think of every time. Trevor Noah, that's right. Sorry, wait, did Trevor Noah do the Daily Show? Dude, sorry. For some reason, these people are all the same to me. What shows has Don Lemon hosted? The Don Lemon Show, CNN This Morning. So he's always just been a CNN stooge, and Trevor Noah was the Daily Show guy? Okay. All right. I got it. Sorry. I didn't mean to be wrong. I got to get my Don Lemon facts straight. Anyways, Abba Lowell says, what a terrible name. These people have awful fucking names. Abba Lowell and Don Lemon put out this statement. Don Lemon was taken into custody by federal agents last night in Los Angeles. Okay, so because he like flew back home or something. Like he was in Minneapolis reporting, went into the church, and then he flew back to Los Angeles where they got him, where he was covering the Grammy Awards. Don has been a journalist for 30 years, and his constitutionally protected work in Minneapolis was no different than what he has always done. The First Amendment exists to protect journalists whose role it is to shine light on the truth and hold those in power accountable. There is no more important time for people like Don to be doing this work. Instead of investigating the federal agents who killed 2 peaceful Minnesota protesters, the Trump Justice Department is devoting its time, attention, and resources to this arrest, and that is the real indictment of wrongdoing in this case. This unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from many other crises facing this administration will not stand. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court. I guess the idea is you can do whatever the fuck you want if you work for CNN, right? Because it's the same thing with that bitch who was on the Drop Kiwi Farms train. And now for some reason people have to respect her, even though she's like the most horrid cunt that's ever existed. What's her name? Taylor Lorenz. If you work for a big media company, they have to let you do whatever the fuck you want because it's First Amendment speech. And then Will Stansel. Will Stansel has been punched in the face. Let's just get to the good part. This is Will Stansel being punched in the face.
Stupid!
It's the outside agitators.
No, he's just like, there's like 12 years, like all he's like the one guy that wants there to be a riot, you know? Like this is fine. Just we got him pinned in. Now it's like, you know, I mean, like, I don't want to burn down the neighborhood. That's what they want. Some people want to be 2020 forever.
Yeah.
We have a public meeting tomorrow. We're part of social stuff.
He really just has the most remarkably whiny voice ever. I'm usually a little bit reserved about commenting on how people sound when they talk for various reasons. But he sounds exactly like how you would expect.
And if you're closed meeting tomorrow, talk about next steps.
Sorry, I'm not really a socialist. I mean, you know.
Oh, are you going to strike again on Monday?
I'm sure I will. I mean, I'm out here every day. I mean, I'm with you on this. When you talk about the other stuff, I don't care. It's not a big deal.
That's what it's about.
Yeah. This is so. Yeah, well, but. Yeah, well, don't light stuff on fire, though. I mean, don't.
Listen, you have a problem with those people.
I got a problem with those people. I also have a problem with humans going to burn down my neighborhood. So.
You're out here filming people. You're
Okay.
shit.
Oh, shut up, man. I've done a lot more than you have. Shut up.
Bam! Punched in the face. Fascist.
Still up there. Thanks a lot, guys.
He's filming people's faces. What the fuck? How's that?
Oh no! Yeah, there's a million people.
Again. What's really funny is that this apparently drew the attention of the Liz Fong Jones, noted anti-Kiwi Farms terrorist, who apparently hates Will Stansel. So apparently Liz Fong Jones, who is very, very, I guess, anti-freedom of speech, anti-journalist, anti-public information, and pro-violently assaulting people, said this about Will Stansel being punched in the face. He reacted poorly to Gwen, so I suspect he'll react the same way to me, but you'll never know. I also have him blocked, but he is name searching. Document everything puts innocent people at risk because the state cares not what they have done illegal, but they will use OS int from the video you took of the crowd with faces visible to identify people to prosecute. Your video exculpating them is useless because the ride is the punishment. Basic solidarity with your comrades involves respecting their privacy and limiting what you do to the bare minimum required to expose state misconduct while not showing anything that could allow the state to track down and pursue individuals on trumped-up charges. And if you could not abide by that, you have no business pointing a camera at comrades. If they ask you to stop filming, you stop filming, period. And if you refuse to stop filming, well, I'm not going to feel sorry if someone steps into your shot of your camera, gets jostled or knocked around. This is also why you shouldn't use Ring cameras. It's at risk for being used for surveillance. Is a lot higher than the chance that your footage helps exonerate someone you happen to catch misconduct on camera. Explicitly choose when you're filming and when you are not. So this guy spent years to knock the Kiwi Farms offline, and now is just like, yeah, we should not have any sort of public accountability whatsoever. And if that means violently assaulting people who are publishing things that I don't like, then that's on you. I think there's something else with Liz that I want to read just because it's funny. Oh, I made a post accidentally on Twitter that was of a fake Elon Musk Epstein email, and I didn't expect it to like get more than a couple hundred likes, but it accidentally got 100,000 and like 10 million views, and it's just fake. I decided to let it stay up because it would get community noted, and it did. And I feel like that's like the most appropriate thing to do. But Liz Fong Jones apparently saw this tweet getting shared by everybody all the time and is very upset about it. He says, I swear to God, I'm going to scream if I see one more post unironically sharing screenshots of the proprietor of Kiwi Farms slagging on Epstein and Musk. Epstein and Musk are horrible. That doesn't make Josh a good guy. As in, he's admitted the screenshot is fake. He spread this info and still got 100,000 likes. Then he clarifies that it's ex-Josh on Zitter. You don't need to spread the worst of Zitter over here just because it reinforces a narrative that matches your beliefs, uncritically amplifying a man who torments trans people for fun is not something we need to do. There's plenty of other good analysis of the files over here. Post that instead. So Liz Fong Jones's argument here is that every single person on the face of the planet needs to be made intimately aware of who I am so that they can start pretending to ignore everything that I post ever. Which, okay, go for it. Okay, that's it. I have a brief news segment. I have not been reading the news this week, so I don't have much to say. I decided I would leave this in the YouTube segment because I figure a lot of people on YouTube would be paying attention to it. So here is your segment, okay? The last stream, I think it's the last stream I did. Did I do another stream between them? Let me just check real quick. Okay, no, it was the stream before that. It was January 19th. On January 19th, 5 days after 2 users joined the Kiwi Farms to accuse Turkey Tom of sexual misconduct, they reached out to me and asked me to do an interview with them, which I did. By all accounts, at the time, my interview was extraordinarily professional and did a very good job of handling a sensitive topic. Before I interviewed them, before I allowed them on the forum, I vetted that they had met Turkey Tom and they had had a relationship with Turkey Tom, which, as far as I am concerned, is all the vetting that I need to do. I correctly evaluated that they had been in a sexual romantic entanglement with this person, and they had things that they wanted to say, and I let them say it. As far as I am concerned, even now, that is my only job. I vetted the bare minimum, and I let them say what they had to say. As it turns out, one of them lied about a significant amount of information, and that put everything that she said into doubt. And vicariously, it made me look bad because she lied. So, in the interest of fairness, I do apologize if my platform was misappropriated and used to spread lies. Rowan definitely lied, and in the process harmed herself, harmed Turkey Tom, harmed me, harmed the Kiwi Farms, and also harmed other people who would want to share stories about people who had abused them for real, both if it was Turkey Tom or just general people. Because now, if someone else comes out and says that this YouTuber was violent towards me, people will just say, well, look at what happened with Turkey Tom. And I'll remind you, because I was accused of trying to attack Turkey Tom and being unfair towards him, I am one of the few people who actually defended him before this happened. I was accused of shielding him from fallout with Kai because I didn't understand what was going on, and I didn't trust that certain pictures were real or not. Particularly the one where he allegedly carved her name into his chest, and that got shared around. And I was also accused of guarding him because after our discussion, he said something to the effect of her prostate referring to Keffels. And I made the statement, and I made repeatedly, that I understand he's just protecting his cash flow on YouTube. I understand what he's doing. I don't really hold that against him. And I ate shit for that too. And then when I facilitate people having a discussion, I'm called out for being trying to bring him down, which does not make sense. So I want to have a little reality check, because Rowan lied, but there's a rot here, and I think that it is only fair that we address that together. First of all, after the statements were made, both Nick the Oreo and Augie RFC, who are personal friends of Tom, were very light touch in talking about the subject. And Nicholas the Oreo actually gave out an explanation as to why. Immediately after Rowan started talking about Turkey Tom on the Kiwi Farms, they secluded themselves into a private Discord server and began plotting damage control without saying that that's what they were doing. There was a video that I shared of Augie RFC, and I had never watched an Augie video before. But what really got me is that he kept looking down to the camera and smugly smirking to himself. And I kept thinking, that looks a lot like Duper's Delight. That looks a lot like somebody who thinks they're getting away with lying. And as it turns out, I should have said that, because it's exactly what that was. He knew more than he was letting on, and he was extremely smug and self-satisfied because he was lying to people and getting away with it. But that has been kind of pushed to the wayside because Rowan lied. The video itself was also composed and written by a professional PR team, and I can prove this because of how it's structured. There's effectively 3 parts to this video. The video opens with a strong indication that Rowan lied, because she did lie. He proves that she lies about certain things. Then it closes with an emotional core. That's a voicemail where Rowan basically says to him that she is going to try and ruin his career because she is angry with him, which is really bad for somebody who just made a bunch of accusations 2 weeks prior to have said on record. In the middle of it is just muck throwing to try and muddy the waters enough where nothing else is critically evaluated. So I'm going to go through kind of a list of everything said. And then once I am done going through this list, I'm going to round this out with a final thought. And if people want to be mad at me, they can be mad at me. But I'm not going to pretend that everything is kosher and copacetic, because it's not. So let's start off with what he addressed. First of all, he proved beyond a shadow of a doubt, and Rowan has confirmed that she knew who he was before they matched on Tinder. This is a catastrophic, foundational lie, and it ruins everything else she has to say and makes her look completely malicious. She knew who he was. She had messaged him before on Twitter. She is like a micro niche e-celeb, like in Discord servers or whatever, but she knew who he was. She said that Turkey Tom engaged in non-consensual sexually violent actions against her, which is partially true. They had rough sex, but she apparently encouraged it in private. Turkey Tom has logs of it. She admits this is true. He addressed covering her mouth during sex and giving her bruises on her face. This was also consensual. She had accused him of encouraging an eating disorder, which he proved was a lie. He addressed age play allegations, kind of duplicitously. He used a picture of a bedroom that had a Lolita poster in it. Rowan says that this was not her room. This was her friend's room. But Turkey Tom said that this was her room and passed it off as such. He also denied engaging in age play with Ellie, who is a cosplayer on Instagram. He was having an affair on Instagram with this girl who is an age player, who is into lolicon. But he simply says that he did not engage in age play with her. He blamed her vaginal bleeding from sex on birth control. She denies that this is true. And very importantly, I think this is at the very, very end. There's a audio recording. I think it's at the very end. No, I guess not. Where she basically says that she's going to try to ruin him, which fucks up everything that she has to say. Now, the other things that he addressed is that he flexes in the mirror while having sex like Patrick Bateman. And he says the words big white cock in this, I think 100 times, which has led to the extremely homosexual act of many, many men gushing about BWC in a Kiwi Farms thread, praising his cock, worshiping his cock, talking about how much they love his cock and how big his cock is, which is an extremely bizarre thing. And I don't know if I have to elaborate on that. The other thing, there are some things which he partially addressed, but did not actually fully address. First of all, he addressed that he had consensual recordings of sex with Rowan. However, he never addressed having recordings of Katie. Katie accused him of recording her, and he never actually touched on that. He only touched on Rowan because Rowan had talked about it and talked about the meta glasses, which implied that there was at least some consent sometimes. He addressed the blackmail folder. He has a folder on his desktop called Just In Case, where he keeps dirt on all of his exes, such as the dirt that was used in this video. He says that he would never blackmail somebody, but never denies the folder. So the folder exists, and we know it exists because Kai referenced it in her letter, which did appear to be forced, at least to me. By the way, I didn't mention this, but Kai has messaged me on Twitter, and we exchanged maybe 20 messages over about 3 hours of conversation because she took approximately 45 minutes for her to reply to anything that I said. At the end of that conversation, I had no fucking idea what she was trying to say. I have no idea why she reached out to me. I cannot discern what her thesis was. She just randomly messaged me and tried to tell me some stuff. I think the gist of it was that Turkey Tom definitely wasn't blackmailing her in any way. No fucking idea what she was trying to say. Completely insane. He partially addressed Ellie, who, as I mentioned, was a Lolicon age player. He never denies cheating on Rowan with Ellie. He never denies the sextortion scheme through Ellie. He only denies that he ever engaged in age play, fetish role play with Ellie. And the only other thing that he addresses in regards to body count is that Rowan supposedly also lied about her body count, but he never talks about how he's having sex with random women about 1 per month, which is, I think, alarming. Now, on the other hand, hold up, let me get this set up, okay? On the other hand, there's a list of things that I have organized as being not addressed at all. In a 40-minute long video, Turkey Tom manages not to say anything about any of these issues. Let's go down the list. He does not address his sexual dysfunction or porn addiction. He doesn't address that he could not ejaculate during sex. He could not address that he only finishes while his partner is screaming or crying in pain. He doesn't address that he masturbates to just recorded videos of sex immediately after, which both women confirmed. He doesn't address that he has hour-long beating sections where he can't finish because he has death grip. He doesn't address his drug use. He doesn't address the fact that he does cocaine. He doesn't address the fact that he's done nitrous or whippets. He doesn't address the fact that he took Kai's Adderall. He doesn't address the fact that Kai was his obsession. He doesn't address the fact that he told both women that they looked like Kai. He doesn't address the fact that he bought Monster High things that Kai liked for his other girls. He doesn't address the fact that he took out sexual aggressions on Sacramento and Katie because he was angry at Kai. He never addresses the night rape voicemails or any other consensual, non-consensual adjacent languages. He never addresses the fact that he told both women that they looked like little girls. He never addresses the fact that he booked one-way flights only. He never addresses the fact that he made Katie sit silently during his streams. He never addresses the fact that he got ringworm from a furry convention which he passed on to Katie. He never addressed the fact that he sent Katie home on the day of her birthday. He never addressed the fact that he uses a baby voice or sucked his thumb. He never addressed the fact that he made weird comparisons to underage Game of Thrones characters. He never addressed the fact that he was completely emotionally oblivious. He never addressed the fact that he might be bisexual or that Destiny used a bug plug when they met up. He never addressed the fact that he ghostwrites all of his videos on YouTube. He never addressed his weird rock star fantasy. He never addressed his living conditions or hygiene, such as the Zen volcano. He never addressed the fact that he went to church and got kicked out by the pastor for looking like a slob. He never addressed the fact that he has a self-harm history. He never addressed the fact that he would not use lube for no reason other than to masturbate. He never addressed the fact that he would not buy a return flight for the girls that he flies out. He would not address the fact that he threatened Sacramento about the Kiwi Farms. And he never addressed the fact that he fucked the dog girl. Okay? In fact, this is one of the only things that Sacramento provided any evidence for. There are pictures of her in the same room that she is taking photographs of herself in. And finally, the one thing that Turkey Tom never, ever, ever addresses is that she said that his live-in roommate, who had, for whatever reason, his own money, his own wife, his own child, also did nitrous oxide before going to the hospital and making a GoFundMe for $350,000, which he claimed was from an accident and not from a vitamin deficiency from using drugs. And this is the biggest sticking point. He never, ever addressed why Brandon, his roommate, doxed her. And that is that she claimed that he scammed $350,000 for a drug addiction. So, here is my final thoughts on this. If this woman, if Rohan, had not lied about a couple things that were foundational to their relationship, that Turkey Tom could demonstrably point a finger at and say, she's lying about this, you would have the hottest fucking goss for days. But she ignored me. I sent her an email. The first thing that I said to her when she sent me an email asking for an invite was, tell the truth and back up everything that you say with evidence if you can. And she ignored me. And as a result, she is going to be really seriously dealing with consequences as a result of this. The other issue is that this will come up again. You can be really fucking mad at me all you want, but this is going to happen again. It's going to happen in a year or two because he is going to make the exact same mistakes. He's going to do the exact same fucking thing that he did before. And he's going to get into trouble with it again because his idol is apparently Destiny. And she sent me a message, and I had been ignoring her, but she sent me a message that I was interested in, so I looked up into it. And during a brief conversation, she said something like, yeah, Destiny is his idol. And I said, have you ever seen this video? And it's the video of It's Mel Time, where Destiny's wife, Melina, gets up and dances with a black man behind him while he looks like he's in agony. And the phrase It's Mel Time has become a sticking point to refer to Destiny as a cuckold. And she told me in response to this, oh, that makes sense. He has a playlist on Spotify called It's Kai Time, filled with sappy emo breakup songs. And that was really funny. I laughed at that. And it's just like, if you had just not fucking lied about the really obvious bullshit to make yourself look more like a victim, that would be really, really funny. And people would find that really, really funny. And it would be something that people would bring up about Turkey Tom for years to come, that it's Kai time because she cucked him. But she tried to make it about herself and tried to lie to make herself look more like a victim. So there will be no long-term consequences for this. But as I said, it will happen again. Because if you're stacking up bodies 15 high in a year, eventually, let's say that he has 15 partners and 2 of them came out and called him like a weird goon clown. And he's doing this once a month, every month. You're going to hit another fucking landmine, buddy. It's going to be about 7 months before you piss off another girl that's going to want to talk shit about you. It's going to be about a year before you piss off 2 of them that might meet each other. So here's my point, okay? I don't want to litigate the minutia of the claims because it's just an aside at this point. Like, these are the things that she said that he didn't bother to address. And he didn't bother to address them because he doesn't have to. He's able to prove that one of the most important things about her story was a lie, that she didn't know him before matching him on Tinder. So therefore, everything else is also a lie. However, he can't expect that certain things that were said are going to get brought up. I mean, it's funny. The idea that the Kiwi Farms makes his dick soft is really funny. And that's going to get brought up regardless of if people think it's true or not. It's a matter of if they like you or not. That depends on if they believe it's true. And part of what really bothers me is that I like Turkey Tom. And when I talk to him, I try to give him like actually good advice. And I try to encourage him to like be decent because he's in a winning position. Like, you have everything you could possibly fucking want. Just don't fuck it up. And he wants to like idolize Destiny, who's a complete fuck up, whose life is like always hanging by a thread. He's being sued for revenge pornography. He lost the co-host to his podcast. He can't ever like go up in politics like Hassan Piker because he's always going to be that revenge pornography goon clown. It's like, why the fuck would you idolize that? And it pisses me off that the most prominent people who have ever had a direct association with the Kiwi Farms are like deranged. Do you know what the top 3 people who have definitely had Kiwi Farms accounts are, like in terms of popularity? Turkey Tom, Pippa Pipkins, and Shondo. 2 of which are just outright lolicons peddling lolicon VTuber shit to pedophiles. Shondo did a video about how her mother on New Year's Day, she got drunk and did a video crying about her and her mother having a suicide pact and how her mother said that if she killed herself, she'd have to kill herself so they could be together. And she was like crying about how her life was shit. And then posted a bunch of shit about how little girl cartoon characters are sexy. And then 2 weeks later announced that she signed a mortgage for a new house. And it's like, that's our representative from the Kiwi Farms Girl Cow board, because she was a big follower of Amberlynn because she has eating disorders and Amberlynn's popular with the eating disorder crowd. Pippa Pipkins tried to like reach out to me to do like a collab at some point. And I was like, no. And she called me like Dear Feeder. And now she's doing the same thing. She has like this weird ass lolicon avatar showing tummy because Saba or whatever the fuck showed tummy and made a ton of money. So now she's like, I gotta get on that too. That's awesome. That's really cool. Then you got Turkey Tom, who's basically just like a mini Destiny, who's apparently can't fucking come because he's jerked off so much. And it's like if even 10% of what she said is true, like you're fucked up, bro. Do you not understand that you're not going to be happy, that you're fucking up your whole life, that you have this wonderful opportunity, you have a golden apple, and you're just fucking up your whole life because you're addicted to porn and drugs, and you're trying to be way cooler than a YouTuber should try to be. You're not a rock star. So I want to round this out with some advice. First of all, I have consulted the Supreme Council of Women. Okay. I understand that it's scary being a young person today, trying to find a partner, trying to find a boyfriend, girlfriend. So the Supreme Council of Soviets, Women Edition, on the Kiwi Farms, has given me the following advice to women, chat. First, a man who gets sexual pleasure from slapping you, choking you, spitting on you, and seeing you in pain doesn't love you, and you're wasting your time trying to make him love you. Number two, you don't have to try to act like a porn star to impress a man. A man who needs violent porn sex to get off is broken and not worth dating. Do not trauma dump about your mental illnesses right away because you are only going to attract predators and scare off normal men. And four, don't seek validation from casual sex with men. That is what the women have relayed to me for advice for women. It's just weird because it's like, when young people like sit down to have sex, they're like, okay, oh God, it's my first time, so I'm going to spit in your mouth and slap you, okay? And it's like, what the fuck's wrong with you people? Advice for men, stop watching porn. 100% of his issues would go away if he stopped death gripping. I was told a meme that if you just jerk off before sex, you last like a long time. And that was like advice, literally advice that was given to me. And it's like, don't do that. Don't do that. If you're doing that and that's why it takes you an hour to come and you have to like jerk off to porn anyways at the end of it, just stop. Just stop masturbating. You're fucking yourself up. Stop being a man whore because you're going to seriously damage your understanding of relationships. And stop evaluating yourself based off how many bodies you can lay or whatever. Because if you're not happy with who you are, you're not going to be happy after having sex with 30 random prostitutes from the internet. And everyone who wants to cope that I don't know what I'm talking about, cope. I don't give a shit. Did I miss anything? Should I say anything else? People think that I am a virgin. You're just retarded. Like, why do I have to like? So this is the thing. It's like it's like a tree falls in the woods thing. If your BPD girls aren't like on the internet calling you a violent rapist, are you even having sex, bro? Like, yeah, that's the thing. That's what porn steals from you. Is that when you are masturbating, you're relying on your external senses. You're relying on sights and sounds to stimulate you. And the third being context. You're relying on context, sights, and sounds to achieve climax. What you're not relying on is physicality. You're not relying on an emotional tie. You don't have an emotional tie, and you're not actually having sex. So when you train yourself to get off through pornography exclusively, you're training yourself to rely heavily on context and sights and sounds, which is going to be weird fetish shit. You're not relying on any kind of connection, and you're not relying on how it actually physically feels. You're detached from what's going on, and that reduces the pleasure of sex, which is why it takes Turkey Tom an hour to finish having sex with women, because he's trained his brain. Like, it's like a vinyl record. You've played the same track on your vinyl record 1,000 times, and now you need to beat and spit on women in order to achieve climax. And you're literally physically training yourself, or mentally training yourself, to only see arousal in certain things that have nothing to do with actual sex. And if you disagree with me, you're going to be in a world of pain. The issue, by the way, I'm certain of this. I tried to press her for an actual answer, and I couldn't get a straight one. So I'm just going to give you my theory. I think that the reason she's actually pissed off that this Rowan woman is like, okay, I have to like murder this man. I have to try and ruin his life with fake rape accusations. I think the reason was the cheating with Ellie. Because this is the flip side. They don't tell you about this. When women are really into fucked up shit, like being slapped and beaten and spit on, the idea is that you're going to be possessed by a man. But there's actually a flip side to this that they don't tell you about. They don't warn you about when you are a goon clown. If you're going to be totally in possession of a woman, you have to be exclusive. If you are trying to completely own somebody as like a slave, you have to be exclusive. Because if you're not, then they're giving up literally everything in exchange for nothing. And that will cause a normal person to break, and it will cause an insane person to go completely fucking apeshit and try to ruin your life. So don't do that. And that's it. That's all I have to say. In case you're wondering, you're twice as likely to be raped by a gay man than you are to be falsely accused of rape. It is an extraordinarily, incredibly, immensely bad thing that Rowan did. And I assume that there's going to be consequences for it based off what I've seen. But where there is smoke, there is fire. And I hope everyone has learned a valuable lesson today. Okay. Next, let me show the QR code. You know what the QR code means, chat? It means that all the people on YouTube who are throwing tomatoes at me because they're very angry that I am not simping for Turkey Tom are going to be booted the fuck off. So if you want to continue to throw tomatoes at me and say that I am sweeping it up, you have to move over to Kick right now by taking out the phone and addressing the QR code and moving over there. I read super chats at the end of the stream, so if you sent a super chat calling me a Janny Cock Sweeper, Cope Semp L, Believe No Women L, you have to move over and listen to the end of the stream. I like tomatoes, but only when they're pureed. I'm going to be real with you. I do not like whole tomatoes ever. Okay, bye-bye, YouTube. Bye-bye, YouTube, I said, and then tried to find the bye-bye YouTube button. Why is Rumble Studio broken? Is this going to be one of those streams where I have to stream to YouTube the entire time? No, it's not. As a matter of fact, child, it's not. Okay. YouTube is gone. Virgins won. That's funny. Okay. So... next, the Kiwi Farms is 13 years old, chap. Which means that... why is my Kick not showing up right? There we go. We have some content to play. I would like to reminisce on some things from Kiwi Pass. Okay. Wait. Did that come through? Hold up. Hawaii... no, it didn't. Josh. I see. Bro, I'm so pissed. Let me try saving. I'm going to start recording the Kick thing so that I can download this. Okay. All right. So, here are some fun things that I remembered from the Kiwi Farms. By the way, if you don't think that I'm a terrible false rape accuser, you can donate to the forum. I'm trying to get up to 600 donors so that I can continue my escapades. I should explain, in case anyone cares, the Kiwi Farms is now like really fast. I have discovered, and this is a fun fact for anyone who is in technology, if you have a degraded disk array, even if you are not using it, you should immediately decommission that disk array, because as long as the degraded disks are in the computer and are enabled, the computer will make what is called interrupt requests continuously. And these interrupt requests will fill the bus, and you will no longer be busing. You'll be the opposite of busing. You'll be getting random 503 errors and 10-second page load times, despite nothing happening on that disk array. So if you want to If you have bad disk, you should remove them. They are quite literally a cancer that is killing your server. I did not know this, and as a result, my website has been slow as shit for forever. However, the new arrays are in. We're going to have 60 terabytes of space. We only have about 22 terabytes of content. But one of my things that I want to do is I want to get a parallel media processing card, which can handle 32 1080p streams at once. And once I have that, I'm going to go through the back catalog, and I've decided that this is the stack I'm going to do. I'm going to reprocess all videos across the entire site and into the future into 1080p AV1 and then 720, 480, 360 MPEG. And I will get an actual proper video player on the Kiwi Farms, and you will actually be able to click and scan through videos on my website as if it were any other modern website. And it will be fucking glorious. It will be amazing. Everyone will be happy. Okay. I have ZFS. No, the raid that we put in, it's raid 10 ZFS. Okay. So I did everything right. Okay. I pulled it. It's going to be great. It's going to be huge. It's going to be bigly. Yes, it's gonna be awesome. Everyone will have a great time. So if you want to support my endeavors, make sure you subscribe to the Kiwi Farms through Bill Pay. Okay. All right. Here are some fun things that I remember. I've probably shown these on like the anniversary streams of the forum that I've done in the past, but these are some of my favorite things. This post is a classic. This post is by the Pickler. This was something that we referenced on the forum for about 5 years after it was made. This is a post back when the Kiwi Farms was just the Quickie Forums, just about Christian. And the Pickler on August 2013 had this iconic message to share with the world. It says, "There will come a day in the future when this fat fuck will die, and we will have lost our most prized lulz cow. We should realize that this fat fuck is not forever. One of these days, he's going to get dick slapped by a homosexual black man, and then he's going to kill himself on YouTube in shame. Accidentally, I might add, because we know he couldn't technically do it himself. That is, after he pulls his pants down in church and uploads it to the lowercase I internet in order to prove he is straight. So when the time comes for his inevitable burial, that is when we must form a death day party for our friend Christian Weston Chandler. I'm saying that we should in real life crash and raid his funeral, turning it into a fun-a-roll, wearing Guy Fawkes mask and pickle suits, and all party hard with loud music, free food and drink. Flamboyant homosexuals are utmost welcome. We should spend the time there giving all these sincere mementos and speeches about how Christians sucked and how the state of Virginia will be better off now without him and his, now that he and his mysterious smell have finally dissipated. Then, after finished telling our audience every minor detail, complete with projector screen showing every quick video from the Quickville Library YouTube channel, in chronological order I may add, we will all proceed to spit, fart, piss, shit, and masturbate on his tombstone, kicking it and screaming, "Fuck life, what a waste, fuck your life, what a waste," and write, "Rest in pieces, fag," on the headstone, while others made pour pickles and tartar sauce all over his grave. Firecrackers are also a necessity. I would suggest lighting them off to start our raid, as hundreds of picklemen storm out the gates, often open blasting confetti by bystanders. I'd itch to dig up his corpse and set it on fire, but I digress. That would be too much, because the smell of burning ass and Axe body spray would be far too much to handle. However, I will say by the time we start to close out, we will bring forth the shattered remains of his treasured Sonichu medallion. We sprinkle the hardened Crayola model magic shards on the mess of pickles and tartar sauce like nuts on a sundae. The cherry, you may ask, his high school ring. I'll stop there. I think you get the picture. So, iconic post, truly one of the best posts ever made in the history of posts. Okay. I remember it 13 years later. By the way, I'm thinking of doing a silver coin run. I think I mentioned this before, but I have a very precise idea of how I want to do it. The issue is that silver is so expensive right now. I don't know if that would be a good idea, but I would like to do that. It's lucky number 13. Okay. Second, we have Brianna Wu tried to assassinate me via street racing. This was towards the end of Deagle Nation. I did a whole stream on Deagle Nation, very near and dear to my heart. This video is one of the finest videos ever put on the internet.
Hello, YouTube. This is Jace right here, and this is my fucking car, or my mom's car, that when I was street racing, could not perform! Couldn't fucking perform on the road, and now the piece of shit is crashed, okay? I can't even kick the windshield because it's made of bullshit plastic from Chinks. It goes, I wasn't even fucking drunk. I was just racing, you know, like normal. I was trying to street race in the fucking highway, and look at this bullshit. Look at this shit. Totally useless. I hit, and I fucking rolled on the ice, fucking rolled down here, and now look at this piece of shit. I'm a street racing god. Fuck! I'm a street racing guy, and this is all because of Ivan and the rest of these terrorists. You fucking made me do this, and this isn't my fault. And just because the road was slippery doesn't mean I'm not a street racing guy. And I'm saying I'm not there. We are the commander of the United States Street Racers.
And the rest is like a message. In case you're wondering, he literally just got into a wreck in his mother's Prius. That is real. He was driving down the road normally in a Prius that his mother owned, and he had a little skerdoodle. He rolled over into the margins of the road, and as a aspiring MDE affiliate, Jan Rinkowski pulled out his phone and says, "I'm never going to get better content than this moment," and immediately on the spot got into character and presented this concept that he was street racing Brianna Wu, because at the time Gamergate was the big thing, street racing Brianna Wu to the grave. And this video was so threatening that Brianna Wu actually called the FBI, and the FBI visited Jace as a result of this street race. And that basically ended MDE. After being notified by the FBI that Jan Rinkowski was an actor and that video was a comedy sketch, Brianna Wu continued to lie to the public about the veracity of such a video, and ended up in a actual like Hulu original, I want to say, called "The Internet Ruined My Life," where Brianna Wu played segments of this video and then breathlessly gawked at the camera and said, "It was terrifying. The internet ruined my life." Classic. Really just amazing. Brings back such sweet memories. Fine. Okay, this is actually before the Kiwi Farms, but you may remember that I discovered this last year. In case you're wondering, this little index page was made by Claude. Thank you, Claude. This is the archive of Madcast. I had been trying to find the videos of King Raven playing Dota back in the beta for over a decade, until someone discovered that on his collection of junk hard drives, he had actually downloaded the entire playlist, which included one of my favorite videos of all time. This is Madcast episode 21, Enigma Walks Up, literally lost media. King Raven liked to drop the N-word, but he also worked at a university in Florida. So when people doxed him and reported to his university that he would go and have racist tirades on the internet, he was threatened with losing his job, which caused him to delete everything. Unfortunately, as a small-time Dota streamer, nobody made backups of these videos except one person who happened to use the Kiwi Farms, and I was able to recover them. This video was so formative to me in my youth that I still reference it to my buddy Vinny until very recently. Don't know exactly which part of this video, but the gist is that it's a 3v5. 2 players on the enemy team have disconnected. And in Dota 2, you can control the characters of disconnected units. And despite the fact that 2 players on the enemy team have disconnected, King Raven is losing. As you can see, the score is 30-15, and the 3 remaining players are assaulting the enemy base, which has caused King Raven's delicate psyche to break. And he has relayed this information about his displeasure about losing this match 3v5 to the remaining 4 members of his team. This is how that sounds.
Walk the fuck up and cast a spell on you idiots! It's so fucking...
Actually, I think the beginning shows the... Oh, this is it. This is the black hole. The best black hole ever. This Enigma is level 6. Nobody is playing him. And he just walks the fuck up and casts his ultimate on the entire team, which is actually being played. Yeah, let's see it. Here he comes. And they're just getting destroyed, demolished, wrecked by people that aren't playing the fucking game.
You guys let him walk up at level 6 and do that?
That Enigma doesn't even have boots. He just walked the fuck up.
Because you're fucking dumb as shit! Can't kids are fucking monkeys!
Look, I know I played this clip 1,000 times. You don't understand. This is like heroin to me. There's a video by Christchurch where they talk about how fentanyl is just shitty heroin, and heroin's like the real deal. This is heroin. It never got better than this. This is where the internet peaked for me. This video where King Raven gets wrecked. Anyways, that's Madcast. This is one of my favorite videos from around the same time as the Brianna Wu street racing video. This is Fed Smoker. Now, I also did a video on Fed Smoker, and by far one of the most iconic clips from the Fed Smoker era is this video where our boy Herc is standing outside of a Walgreens, and he is very displeased with the customer service that he received at this Walgreens. So he announces to the world that he might put this entire town up on the internet as baby rapers to get revenge for their poor customer service. While filming this threat, this declaration against the entire town of this Walgreens, a dog confronts him. Let's see how that plays out, chat.
Walgreens Americans. Been shopping here for about 3 months and they haven't been being very kind to me here in Council Bluffs. Give me like that cold inbred fucking feeling when I shop in there. I'll be putting everybody on the net as baby rapers from now on if I even see a flinch around me in this town. I think the pigs might have got to them here and they feel like they can get away with that with me. I'll put your fucking chief on the net as baby rapers. I get snubbed one more time out of this store. You watch and see, bitches. I'm gonna put this dog on the net as a baby raper too. You fucking baby raper! You fucking baby raper!
Just amazing. Truly, pit bulls are baby rapers. I believe that is fair. By the way, both the stream I did on Herc and the thread for Herc are amazing. I would recommend them to you if you found that clip funny. If the idea of smoking feds and putting feds on the internet as baby rapers amuses you, that thread is a winner. I can't show you this one, but in 2016 during Gamergate, there was actually I did a stream on her too. Her name was, what the fuck is her name? I know her as Eyebags. Allison Rapp. She had put out an article about how gamers are problematic. And then it turned out that she had written some very problematic theses for her university study in Japanese culture because she worked for Nintendo as in like an American I think she knew Japanese, she had studied Japanese culture, she had a degree in it, and she wrote a very interesting thesis about how the United Nations should stop pressuring Japan to ban child pornography because child pornography is an innate part of Japanese culture. Very contentious opinion. However, that was not her primary issue. Her primary issue is that for whatever reason, she moonlighted on the side as a prostitute. And when Nintendo found out that she was working two jobs is against their rules, their terms of service. So she was fired. Not for saying that Japan should not ban child pornography, but rather, for a toy company, but rather for moonlighting as a prostitute. By the way, she had a husband named Jake Rapp. They eventually broke up, and I think both of them got married and completely disappeared from the internet. So kind of a happy ending there. This thread, Schmorky and Daisy May, was the end of Schmorky's public existence. Famous early internet animator for Something Awful's Flash Tub. A user joined the Kiwi Farms to post chat logs proving that Schmorky was talking to underage people and was fetishizing diapers and eating poop with minors. Which, by the way, the Kiwi Farms, in case you're wondering, the Kiwi Farms allows people to post wild, insane accusations because oftentimes they're actually just completely true. However, while I can't really go over the logs of Schmorky eating poop, what I can do is play a clip. Schmorky at the time had become agender, not properly transsexual, during a time in early internet, like mid-2010s, where transgender stuff was just becoming mainstream. Right before transgender stuff became super mainstream, there were Tumblr trends of non-binary genders and headmates, which Fong Jones had multiple headmates living in his system. And Schmorky was like an agender gender blob who put on a very squeaky voice. So I'd like to play you about 30 seconds to a minute. Probably my favorite audio clip of all time. This is a conversation between Schmorky and his ex. Schmorky is the one with the squeaky voice. The crazy woman is Amanda Mullen, who also joined the forum. And for some reason, Schmorky published this on Something Awful, thinking that it would make him look good. Let's take a listen, chat.
Do you love me or not? Do you want to protect me or not? Because I already said I wasn't going to do anything.
Please don't touch me again, please.
I won't. I'll never touch you again, okay? I'll never touch you again. I'll just do what you want. What do you want me to do? I'll do whatever you want. What do you want from me?
Stop screaming and pretending.
I'm not pretending! What do you want from me? What?
What do you want from me?
I just want you to tell me what you want from me.
What do you want from me?
What do you want from me?
No. You're the one that's doing this right now.
I just want you to just tell me if you love me or not, or if you're in on this or not.
In on what? Tell me.
What they're doing to me.
Tell me what I have to say.
My parents.
Yes?
Are you controlling me for them?
No.
Well, there's nothing I can do anyway, so it doesn't matter. So even if you were, you won anyway. Even if you're not, you win, okay? Doesn't matter, because there's nothing I can do about any of these people. Okay? That's why I said I wasn't gonna do anything. That's why I said I was gonna go to the cops. I just said they won. I told them that they won.
Okay.
I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight back. I can't fight back. Okay? If Hitler himself came here, he wouldn't be able to save me, alright? Nothing. Jim Howe, they're unbeatable. They're unstoppable. There is no answer. There is no answer to the Jewish question because they always win. They always win, and they're mine, and I'm theirs. And there's nothing I can do about it ever.
Just an amazing clip. There you go. This one is for the beauty parlor. Amberlynn Reid's Aunt Tammy, who I recently featured on the Kiwi Farms because, or on the Maddie streams, because they had another tussle, and in this tussle, like back at the time, she came on and dumped all this hot goss about Amberlynn. And then years later, they're having a conversation, and Aunt Tammy has to say to Amberlynn, yeah, joining the Kiwi Farms was probably not the nicest thing for an auntie to do. Which sounded like an understatement, but it was very funny to me, and I appreciated it. This is all... Oh, God, I don't think I can show this either. Okay, so this is like my favorite thing that ever happened in the Dark Side Phil lore. So this is kind of like the flip side. This is also an example of, by the way, of how when someone is lying, it can also be really, really funny. This person joined in 2017 as the mystery woman and started making accusations that Dark Side Phil was hiring her as a prostitute escort often, and that he owed her thousands of dollars, and that she was going to continue busting his balls until he paid what he owed to her, which was thousands of dollars. And I can't remember why she was so credible, but she had information that lended itself to it being true. And when these accusations came out, Darkside Phil like really squirmed. And then this other shit, she posted pictures of like a young girl and said like, this is me. And then posted pictures of like a toy baseball, like the size of like a cucumber, like in her vagina. And so like, look, I am a real prostitute, like as proof that she's a real escort and has actually had a relationship with Darkside Phil for money. Darkside Phil completely failed to prove in any way that this was not true. And so it was up to the Kiwi Farms. We dug into her, and we found out, based off some very old drama, that it was a couple in their 40s from the Netherlands who did like pornography stuff on early internet websites. And that's how we were able to find out who they were, because we had access to a domain who is history thing, which is like expensive. So we had to pay to get access to the special database of domain who is information. And we found out that in 2002, they had owned a domain in their real names before switching over to a privacy system. And we were able to identify them as Dutch pornographers that did stuff together as a couple. And she had used her vagina and her own daughter's photo together to show this is her and she's a whore and Darkside Phil owes her money. And it was the craziest shit ever. Like, it was unbelievable that someone would do that. But Darkside Phil was very pleased, very relieved when the truth came out. It was a crazy saga. One of the only good memories I have with the Darkside Phil board was the Mystery Woman saga from 2017, early 2018. It was a wild ride. It was really fun. Then I didn't have anything for 2018. I forgot why. It was like Trump stuff or whatever. But in 2019, there was the Christchurch shooting, which is not a funny memory. However, the fallout of trying to host that video was, I remember this very distinctly. I was living in Ukraine, and the video, I somehow got a copy of it because someone sent it to me. And immediately after this video came out, the censorship apparatus basically obliterated it. People couldn't find it. So I uploaded it myself and tried to distribute it, and it completely overwhelmed the server. We had over 33,000, I think, people concurrent on the forum at the same time trying to access this file. And I ended up setting up my own torrent tracker to try and distribute the file as much as I could, which resulted in New Zealand threatening me, which resulted in me responding to New Zealand telling them to fuck off, which resulted in international media attention and a Wikipedia page for the site. I had to like apply very specific modifications to the database to keep the site up at all, which took me years to fix after the fact because I completely fucked up the database by optimizing it for this one specific scenario. And to this day, it's kind of debatable if it was even a good idea. But I did keep that video from being like deleted off the face of the planet. I will say this though, they were very afraid of it glorifying the shooter or whatever. But I actually got a bunch of requests from sheriff's offices in the United States that were afraid of a copycat shooter. And they specifically requested that I distribute this file to them somehow because they couldn't figure out BitTorrent. They wanted a copy of it so that they could do a training session on dealing with a copycat shooter. So while New Zealand was busy trying to obliterate any evidence that this file even existed, sheriff's offices in the United States were using it to train on. So I consider it a win. I think that it was a good thing. There's no point deleting evidence, deleting information. Information is neutral. Okay, how it's used is the is what matters. Back to something awful. I don't know. I very fondly remember all the something awful drama that happened on the forum, because the forum was like a neutral ground for like something awful stuff to transpire. So there was a point in 2020 to 2021 where Lowtax was kind of losing it. His forum was super woke, super gay, super cringe. And Lowtax was like an absentee father that was just beating around the bush, collecting paychecks. And at some point, he broke up with his wife and hooked up with this Mormon woman called Logan Day. I also did an interview with Logan Day. And, by the way, the interview with Logan Day, she was a lot worse at telling her story. And that interview went very poorly for her. So if you want to see what that looks like, I also did talk to her because she broke up with Lowtax and accused him of all sorts of shit. And then Dick Masterson had Lowtax on to cope about how women are terrible. Maybe that's what I should strike up some kind of deal with Dick Masterson, where every time I interview like a BPD ex, Dick Masterson can get the rebound interview, and we'll just split the proceeds that he gets from that interview, and we'll just call it fairsies. Okay, that'll be our scheme. But she literally, okay, so he already had an account from the Schmorky days, but Logan Day literally joined the forum as Mormon BPD coke whore, and they had a falling out that was public on the forum. She accused him of all sorts of shit, and it really looked like for a while that Lowtax wanted to clean up the forum and like fix it and stop being such a lazy piece of shit. But then he just immediately fell back into like a slumber and did nothing. And then he shot himself in the head with a 5.7. So that's how that story ended. Very interesting time. In the 2020s, we finally got to see the breakup between the Gator Gamor and Ethan Ralph, which resulted in perhaps the most iconic video of Ethan Ralph's entire career. Let's take a look, chat.
Sorry, Gator! I'm on the way home, bitch! My arrival is fucking imminent! Let's fucking go!
So this was back when Ralph had life in him and wasn't like a hollowed out husk of a man. He had just gotten his ass beat in Portugal, which is why his eyes are all fucked up like this. And in case you're wondering, he's listening to Freebird, I think because there was some allegation made by Godwinson, R.I.P., that the Gator Gamer... Oh, I remember what it was. Gator's favorite song was Freebird or something. So Godwinson, every time he like did a video making fun of Gator, he would always do it to the tune of Freebird, so that it would Pavlov condition Gator to associate his favorite song with people making fun of him on the internet. Ralph was told this by Godwinson, so when he doxed Gator and did his big triumphant video, he set it to Freebird to try and further bully Gator into Pavlov hating his own favorite song. So that was the time. I don't know. I don't know if that's why PPP and Andy Worski grift to Freebird. I'm not sure if that's the origin of that. I don't think it is though. It's just a very yeah. Godwinson died. He died of a cocaine overdose. It's really very tragic. In 2022, 2023, we survived, dropped Kiwi Farms. I already talked about Liz Fong Jones, unfortunately. Simply terrible person. Who's still around, unfortunately, despite being such a terrible person. I meant to talk about this before Turkey Tom, but I guess I could say it now. While Kiwi Farms was dealing with drop Kiwi Farms, Moot... on the other hand, was apparently having fun with Epstein on Epstein's Island. Why is it doing this? It's fucking DOJ vibe coded this shit. Here we go. So there's this cool kid you should meet, Christopher Poole. So this is October 2021. He's only 2023. Read his bio. And I believe that how this was explained to me, because I was never much of a poll person, is that oh yeah, he even responded to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. Is that Moot met Epstein like on Epstein Island, and then the day after these email exchanges, poll was undeleted on 4chan. Oh, and in case you're not following the news, Jeffrey Epstein would post or share 4chan.org/GIF threads by email, and the GIF threads were like source filmmaker, Five Nights at Freddy's, like Fuda face rape porn. So if you want to know who you're gooning with when you're doing the Turkey Tom death grip on 4chan, you're literally gooning with Jeffrey Epstein and your Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay. I'm not joking. He literally was sharing links to threads of 3D animations of Five Nights at Freddy's Fuda face rape porn. And if you're gooning on GIF, you're gooning with Jeffrey Epstein. This is not even a joke, okay? That's what's happening. That's what you're doing. So anyways, after he met with Christopher Poole, I guess Epstein said, "Hey, buddy. Hey, Moot. So you had fun here. I expect Poole to be back. I need my BBC BNO threads, and I can only get that on Poll. It doesn't hit the same when it's on GIF, okay? I need it on Poll next to all the political content. So I need you to bring that back for me." And Moot obliged, and Poll to this fucking day still exists, okay? That's not a joke either. It was literally like the day before that he was on Epstein Island. Next, Anime Sucks, Cope, and Sneed. This was from 2 years ago, featuring a familiar face. This was Nick Rekieta, the last moment that really he was entertaining, trying to read a super chat from a familiar name. I know, it was 2 years ago. Can you believe it? It was only 2 years ago that Nick Rekieta was masturbating completely fucked up out of his mind to a picture of a fat purple dragon sitting in a car eating pizza and farting. Okay. And lastly, on my list of little memories was one of my favorite things from the Locale of the Year Media Awards. It was when 4chan got hacked and the Shardy people, despite having complete and total access to the website and the ability to do anything they wanted, simply chose to bring back the QA board, delete all the other boards, and put Tuhu music on everything, which was just perfect and reminded me of the good old days when things were just friendly, fun chaos and not soul-crushing agony all the time. Very fun, very cool. Thank you, me, for hosting this website, and everybody else who posted on it and made it a fun place to post for 13 years. On that note, that is that. Let's talk about the femme fatales. For some reason, I don't know how insulting this actually is, but in my notes, I grouped together Troons, female locales, and VTubers into the same section that I just call femme. So mentally in my head, I compartmentalize those things together. I don't know what that says, but that's how I organize these things. So Fstarr has been on a bit of a hiatus, and he's back. And he's published this video, or this picture, to let you know that he's not dead. And boy, oh boy, he's really getting there. He's like one surgery away from being a real woman, finally. Finally, he will be a real, actual woman, and everyone will look at him and think, wow, that's a real woman. That's completely indistinguishable from every other woman. He's just one more surgery, bro. One more surgery. That's all I need is just one more scalpel, and I'll be like a real woman for real this time. Okay. Next. So I didn't even, actually, you know what? Before I address this, I should talk about the actual Minecraft thing first, because otherwise this won't make sense. Minecraft decided that, it's February. We're just in such a chudly era that nobody even has recognized that this is Black History Month. So it's celebrating Black History Month on February 2nd. Minecraft put out this exciting new video for everyone to look forward to. Walk with civil rights leaders. John Lewis, Malala Yousafzai, Rosa Parks. There she is sitting. Famously, she sat. Make good trouble on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. So they released a little civil rights thing where apparently it's just like you're on this rail. You're just railroaded through all these cutscenes. You have no choices. You can't be like, actually, I want to throw a Molotov at the National Guard. No, you can't do that. You have to make the right decisions. And then you have like a little building area where you can just pretend to be playing Minecraft for real for a little bit. And obviously this bullshit rage bait caught the attention of all the commentators on the internet who had a lot to say about it. One such commentator is a VTuber named Jelly. Okay. Jelly Hoshiumi says, I was advised by my lawyers not to comment. Dog whistling that she has chudly opinions and therefore you should give her more super chats. However, she breaks down. She's not able to contain her racism any further and says this, screw it, man. I'm think pushing politics in my children's sandbox game is disgusting, especially when it's disguised as education. Let me play my stupid block game without having to engage or associate with any of your stupid political garbage that I literally do not care about. I am so tired of seeing it. Why does it even matter to push real-world matters into my block game that I play to escape from the real world? I know, I also play video games to escape black people. And if I buy if I buy and play the game, can it be seen as taking a side because their dumb-ass stupid post blew up? Stupid people in power moment. Very, very, very milquetoast, run-of-the-mill, not even really stating a political opinion. Just saying like, you know, I don't want Holocaust museums in my Fortnite. There might be a time for educational material on the Holocaust that is gamified, but Fortnite, not quite the thing. I don't need a civil rights lesson when I play Minecraft. Not even really that contentious of an opinion chat. So clearly, someone in Phase Connect, which I am told is the unhinged sad girl department of VTubers, where the crazy girls just say crazy unhinged things all the time. And it's just like no big deal because it's so crazy. And the base Chinaman Canadian fishman lets all bygones be bygones because whatever. They're just so crazy, sad girl. Nothing could possibly happen here except it did. Phase Connect official. You know it's official because it says official and then it has a yellow check mark. It says an important notice regarding recent events. Thank you for your understanding. It says, thank you for supporting Phase Connect. Recent comments made on Twitter by one of our talents included discussion on sensitive issues. Following an internal review, these comments were taken down. We sincerely apologize for any issue caused by this incident. Phase Connect's focus has been and always will be providing entertainment through different personalities and a wide range of unique content. We do not tolerate racism, hatred, or bigotry in our communities. Thank you for your understanding and your continued support of Phase Connect and our talents. Now, I have it on good authority that Jelly is the Oshi of my top Janny. So I feel contractually obligated, okay, look, they don't get paid, so I have to take her side on this, okay? I have to strongly condemn the Fishman and his gay, anti-racist stance on don't put Rosa Parks in Minecraft. How the fuck? Is that a racist opinion? Rosa Parks doesn't belong in Minecraft. What the fuck you say, Jelly Hoshiumi? I'm gonna get fucking black bagged by the Chinese Communist Party if you say that. So that's what's happening in your based anti-political, unhinged, sad girl VTuber company. I saw someone lamenting that in the Wild West days when this was like a thing, like a brand new thing, and like it was a lot less formalized. Phase Connect was like crazy. You had Pippa Pipkins, of course, who dared even speak the name Kiwi Farms. And now it's more corporatized because apparently they make the big bucks now. So they have to like, isn't that soul crushing? Imagine this, right? You're like a sad girl and you're like, okay, I'm going to be like a fucking weirdo with like a cartoon character avatar. And I'm just going to go scream. I want to scream and be obnoxious for a living. So you boot up Minecraft and you scream when the creeper explodes. And you're like, okay, I'm having fun being an unhinged sad girl. And then it's 2026 and the Chinese guy is calling up like, hello, Jerry. You have said that Rosa Parks is not belong in Minecraft. That is very bad for our advertisers. We're going to have you delete your tweet because it's not good for our bottom line. And you don't want to lose your job, right? And it's like, okay, so you started this career to be like a weirdo on the internet and like associate with other weirdos on the internet. And then you're having to like tone police yourself from like the most mild milquetoast takes possible because the Chinese guy doesn't want to lose an advertiser or some shit. Must suck. Must be soul crushing. Suffer, Jerry. And there's another thing with the VTubers. What was this? Oh, okay. There's another one that was another Phase Connect streamer. Phase Connect's the only one worth talking about because everyone else is so fucking boring. They're like weirdos and they come and go pretty fast. So this woman is called Clara. That's like her Clara Kaminari is like her stage name. Apparently what she does is every few years she switches agency to try to get a green card in Japan, and Japan keeps denying her green card. So she just joins a different company in Japan and tries again to get a green card. And the Japanese immigration authority just keeps denying her green cards, and she just keeps trying again with different stage names. So because she's a butterface Quebecois woman. So they keep seeing her. She's like, oh, it's a French Canadian. Ew, no, you don't get to come over to Japan. Japan is Korozaru to all French Canadian women. So she's also a libtard. So this is this is several years ago. But she was crying about Trump and ICE on like a private Instagram. So, I forget to mention the women who voted for this. I hope you aren't trying. Okay, this was after the Roe v. Wade was overturned by the Supreme Court. I hope you aren't trying to get pregnant and then are so happy when you are, and when they tell you the baby isn't viable and that you need an abortion to save your life, but they won't consider performing one until it's too late, and the sepsis takes over, and now both of you and your baby are dead. I hope that doesn't happen to you because that would be tragic, wouldn't it? It's a very pro-abortion take after Roe v. Wade on this. On the plus side, I'm excited to see the people laughing start crying when they can no longer access Pornhub. Pornography should be outlawed. The people who produce it and distribute it should be in prison. Maybe you should have researched Project 2025. You wanted this, remember? So she's saying, what about your precious Goon Hub, Turkey Tom? Are you going to be happy when that's gone? As it turns out, she is tried to do softcore pornography. She literally tried to do softcore pornography to get a visa into Japan. And she did one video. And then I guess this agency applied for her visa. And the Japanese immigration guy looked at this and was like, no, you stay. You stay in Quebec. So her first gambit was to be a literal prostitute, and they said no. And then she's like, okay, I guess I'll be a VTuber then. So she's tried like 4 different agencies, and they keep putting her in front of the immigration authority. And every time the immigration authority is just like, no. So now she's gonna have to do it a 5th time because they fired her. I think she quit. Apparently they said that she quit. What accelerated this though is that Asmongold was making fun of the same thing, and it blew up. And people were like, isn't it kind of bullshit that you're shitting on Jelly for saying this bullshit about fucking Rosa Parks in Minecraft? But then you have this retard making political takes, and you're just gonna keep her. So they like accelerated her retirement. Let's see, is this the right one? Oh, okay. So this is the original tweet was from Phase Connect very shortly after the retraction statement. Where Phase Connect says, announcement on Clara's graduation. Thank you for supporting Phase Connect. Clara will graduate from Phase Connect on the 28th of February, concluding her regular activities on YouTube and Twitter. Clara's social media accounts will become inactive starting March. I'd like to thank everyone for supporting Clara. And then she comes out and says, I just want to say that this is a decision I made mid-November. And I've been contemplating for a while before then. I don't want to draw attention away from my gin mate's memories graduation last month. And we finalized the date earlier this week. Thank you. So she's saying, no. It definitely wasn't because of this bullshit. It's something else, I promise. However, when the abortion tweets came out, the VTuber fans made some fan art of Jelly kneeling on her neck where she says, I cannot breathe you. And she says, no more abortions for you. So now that this similar situation has played out again, she is getting George Floyded in the comments of her tweets. And I find that funny. For some reason, I really like VTuber drama because it's like, it's this weird world where I have absolutely no investment. I don't have to worry about pissing off the wrong people because they already all hate me. I don't have to worry about taking somebody's side. I don't have to worry about any of this shit. I could just make fun of her fucking porn career, not getting her a visa to Japan. And it's like, nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit. It's one of the few things I can just poke at with a stick. And the VTuber people themselves are like, yeah, you know what? It is pretty fucking weird, isn't it? It's like, okay, great. I'm glad that we're all in agreement here. And I don't know anything about whatever the fuck. I don't know anything about any of these people, so please don't try to like ship me or get me to collab or whatever the fuck. I have no interest in any of that. And I co-sign nothing, and I defend nothing, and I have nothing at all with any of them. Okay. There is an update with Styxhexenhammer 666. In case you're wondering which one, Styxhexenhammer 666 says on Zitter, just got assaulted by my ex, pressing assault charges. Now, chat, if you get punched in the face, that's battery, not assault. He says, I got straight up punched in the face till my nose bled, and me left front tooth is now all wiggly. So here's the situation. If you don't know, Styxhexenhammer, who... Sorry, I don't mean to keep clearing my throat. Give me a second. I blame the energy drink. Styxhexenhammer, a long time ago, was a very successful YouTuber. He would stream to thousands of people, like I think thousands more than I get now. And he just gave very asinine takes about Trump and MAGA and so on. But at some point, he lost the plot. And more specifically, I think, is that there was a political burnout. And this is like affecting other people like Jeremy Hambley too, where I don't want to hear about politics all fucking day. Okay? I just don't care. I know that there's a lot going on. But it's really hard to stay invested in politics because it's a drag and it sucks. And it's like, you know, you have your victory moments where Trump gets in or whatever, and then nothing happens. And there's a bunch of shit that you don't like happening. It's just like, fuck, I don't give a shit anymore, whatever. And I think that a lot of people experience that, and they experience that burnout. And these YouTube channels about politics and MAGA and shit, they just lost a lot of momentum because you can't stay engaged in that kind of content forever. It's exhausting. It's mentally exhausting. It's fatiguing. And Hambley's experiencing this, and then Styx experienced this, and then he crashed out. Now, I had always never liked Styx because he refused to join the Fediverse. And I still hold that against him because fuck him. However, now he's being punched in the face by women, which is base. This is another woman dub, if you really think about it. This woman is aged. She's older than Styx. She has billy goat hairs on her chin. Chinny chin chin. I have to be explicit. Whenever I talk about her chin hair, I have to say chinny chin chin. She has goat hairs on her chinny chin chin, and she was living with Styx in his family house. And the agreement for this was that she would buy him booze. Now, she was openly posting on the Kiwi Farms about how she knew he was an alcoholic. She knew he didn't care about her. She knew that he was only using her for alcohol, but he loved her she loved him so much that she enabled him and would buy him booze so that she could stick around in his harem of extraordinarily filthy people. at some point, I don't even know what precipitated this, but at some point she says, enough is enough. I'm taking matters into my own hands. And she beat this gimpy, effeminate vampire on the fucking ground like an abusive father, breaking his nose and loosening his tooth in the process as he drunkenly sloshed around, defenseless on the floor. He then threatened to press charges against her. He went back on the forum to prove that he had been in fact punched in the fucking face by showing the tissue that he had used to soak up the blood from his I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this camera, but this legit looks like it, like the the wood paneling and the camera quality just makes me think this was recorded on VHS in 1990. I don't know how he's accomplished this, but it's actually very impressive. So he's proven that he's been punched in the face at some point between 1990 and now. And then people were very pleased by this. Here we have one, the Rutland Demon Hunter, featuring a very, 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 very flattering picture of what's her face, Sekhmet or whatever the fuck her name is on the forum, slaying the vampire. That's actually pretty funny. That's pretty good. See, this is what AI is for, okay? For stuff like this. You can even see his air-cooled VHS camera from the 1990s in the background, explaining the camera quality. She came back to the forum. Sorry, Nikki is her name. She came back to the forum on Monday to say, hello, I have been through an adventure today and I will not be able to get my phone back until tomorrow, as it is with my belongings in the understaffed Rutland Town Police Office, which closed early today. I have nowhere to sleep but my car, and I can't get to my car without a police escort because a certain little bitch is frightened of big bad Nickster. I am in the homeless motel right now with a friend. I need to retrieve my belongings tomorrow, but I have no ride. I had to walk from the courthouse all around today, trying to find a place to sleep or some sort of help. I have no one to help me. The person who had me arrested has been so violent with me in the past. I reacted today to reclaim power from all the women he threatened and abused in the past. I no longer live in fear. Ring it up, woman dub. Styx has been using blood magic to conjure power from them, to siphon their power, to store their power. And Nikki here use physical, what is it? Equitable physical repercussions to break the power siphon bulb that their power had been stolen in and freed the power karma into the atmosphere so it could return to their appropriate host, chat. I believe that's how magic works. She then says, by court order, I'm not allowed to talk about this man. Samantha Keister, however, we can discuss all day. She wants to bring charges against me for stalking, but the judge denied it because there are no grounds to charge me. She is so dead set against it in her delusional, hateful, backwards, fucked up, demonic mind. She's appealing it, so I have to go to court. I cannot comprehend how another human can be so delusional and evil. When the case is dismissed, I will press charges against her for harassment and frivolous charges. She is out of her mind. I never stalked or harassed her in any way. Samantha Keister is the most miserable cunt of a human being to ever exist. She is not worth the oxygen that she takes to breathe. She doesn't need it. She lives off sniffing her own evil, misandristic farts, expelling her internal self-hatred, animosity, contempt, and vitriol against every man she encounters. She is death. She is the plague. She is the cancer of the earth. God, it sounds like the lyrics to like a Rob Zombie song. Dig through the ditches and burn through the witches. Down and Dracula. It's like that. You gotta put it to a beat, okay? Seeming pile Satan shit, yada yada. Drawn to a man, claims he's Lucifer. Best thing for her children would be never to see them again. Everything she touches to fill the gaping hole inside of her. Directing her hatred, pathetic, idiotic, evil, creepy. Keister is a stretched out cunt horror show to ever have walked the earth. Anyone who loves her should be executed for stupidity, frivolous litigations. Samantha Keister used the police as a weapon to satisfy her own vindictive need to destroy men and now apparently women who don't deserve it. And I am happy the court recognized this. Okay. Very cool. Hamster? What hamster? What we don't have a fucking Styxhexenhammer hamster, okay? There's no hamsters for this. I wanted to say I received some news that there was updates. I don't know what the update precisely is. PPP messaged me like 30 seconds before I went live. Apparently, Carl was at court today and they were recording it, which I don't even know if you're supposed to do that. But apparently, Styxhexenhammer passed out live on court cam, and they had to cancel the meeting. She's saying Tarl had a seizure and is in ER. He was in trouble because he has to PP test, and he was not PP testing correctly. And apparently, during his Zoom hearing, his mother reported to the camera that he had collapsed midstream. What is this? Okay. There you go. The so-called justice, this is 4 months ago, the so-called justice system is so corrupt that you might as well throw a dice to determine guilt or innocence. It would be about as accurate. So I guess he went to court. He said, Your Honor, my pee-pee tests relate because bitches and hoes. You know how it is, dog. For real. No cap on Satan. And then the judge was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? So he's like, and then stroked out immediately on camera. His mommy rushed up to the camera, as we saw, the picture of her looking in the camera, and said, my son has had a seizure. He's now in the ER. And they said, okay, but we're still going to revoke his probation at the end of the week. Something like that. I don't know for sure, but something like that. Show the picture? I just did. Here we go. This is her on camera saying that my son is a fucking idiot, Yana, and he's currently seizing on the floor, so please don't throw him in jail, because he's an idiot. Apparently, I was told that the Rutland press, like the local newspaper, was observing the court hearing, so we might get a fancy article in the local news about our boy having a seizure and going to the ER. No, there's no video. You can't record court proceedings like that. It's illegal. So even like screenshots like this, I don't know if this is allowed, but evidence is that it happened. Okay. That is the Styxhexenhammer update. I have a brief update on Amos Yee. If you don't know who Amos Yee is, he was a Singaporean pedophile who briefly led a pro-pedophilia movement. He was kicked out of his house that he rented because he rented like a room in a house. And when he got doxxed, they immediately evicted him. And then he was actually sentenced to jail for, I believe, soliciting sex from a minor, unsurprisingly. He was in jail. And then as he was to be released, he was immediately taken into custody by ICE to await deportation. Or to be tried for visa revocation or something. His visa was revoked. He is still in ICE custody, but they are going to deport him to Singapore now. And he actually faces more jail time upon arrival in Singapore because he dodged the draft. He moved to the United States without registering for the draft in Singapore, which is a imprisonable offense. And he actually moved to the United States under a human rights visa, I want to say, because he had written something about the Singaporean government that is a imprisonable offense as well, and he was being prosecuted for that. So he might go to jail for speech-related crimes, but I think the time has run out on that. But there is no time limit on the draft dodging, so he might be deported and then immediately go to Singaporean jail for draft dodging as well. So that's what Amos Yee from Cell Block 3 is up to today. He's awaiting deportation. Wish I had a video or something. Oh God, I don't want to play a child porn debate. Does he still have a channel up? How does this have 40,000 subscribers? Oh, he watches anime. Are you surprised? Oh, this is it. This is the video that got him into trouble. Lee Kuan Yew is finally dead. So he made a video talking about a political entity that died, and they took offense with that. Okay. Stebbins, who is suing us in West Virginia in a case that hasn't moved in like 3 years at this point, has filed a new lawsuit against specific Kiwi Farms users, but then also Walmart in Arkansas. Now, I can think of nothing that would go worse than filing against Walmart in Arkansas, but he has done so. And what he's doing is alleging that those 3 anonymous Kiwi Farms users are agents of Walmart, because one of them said they work at Walmart. So therefore, Walmart is responsible for an anonymous Kiwi Farms user's post. So he's suing Walmart and them. In this, he alleges that he has Asperger's syndrome twice. They allege that the post on the Kiwi Farms got him fired. And I just want to read the really funny part here. This is paragraph 229, where he asked the court for relief. He says that I've been wronged in the previous 228 paragraphs as described, and under those statutes, I am seeking relief. And then in paragraph 229, he finally tells the court what relief he's actually seeking. He says, therefore, I respectfully ask the court to consider going completely nuclear and award absolutely massive punitive damages, possibly 7-figure or even 8-figure punitive damages, in order to properly teach the defendants a lesson about making up such horrible lies about people. In paragraph 220, he actually says, for the defamation, I ask that he consider going absolutely buck wild with punitive damages. I ask for this not because I want to be a millionaire for its own sake, but because the defendants truly need to be taught a lesson for spreading such horrible lies about people, as the Supreme Court once famously wrote. And then he asked for $1 million outright for public humiliation, emotional turmoil, and general loss of reputation. So he has gone to the courts of Arkansas, and he has asked the courts of Arkansas to consider detonating a thermonuclear device under Walmart and give him millions of dollars. I don't think he will prevail. Actually, let me check. Is this filed in Walmart? Or I guess Arkansas is basically just Walmart. It's not too inaccurate to say that, huh? Downloading it now. All right, it's in Benton County, Arkansas. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. You're going to win that lawsuit against Walmart for sure. They're already priming the charge. Benton County's already got that charge primed. They're going to go buck wild on Walmart. Don't you worry. They might actually throw him in jail for this. They might hold him in. This might finally be what does Stebbins in. He's going to sue Walmart in Benton County, Arkansas, and they're just like, enough. We're throwing you in the pit, and we're throwing you in the oubliette, and we're going to forget that you ever existed, and nobody will ever hear from him ever again. He's going in the Walmart dungeon, and they're throwing the key away. Death by shopping cart. You will put. It's like, we're going to take you to the world's largest Walmart, and you're going to walk around pushing carts until you drop dead from exhaustion and get ran over by a fat person in a Scooty Puff. That is your sentence for this complaint. No, he's suing me somewhere else, so that's why he didn't sue me. But he's trying to sue Kiwi Farms users still. But that's not going to happen. Similarly, in the Greer side of things, the Greer situation is not going well for Greer. Last stream, I mentioned that he had tried to basically extort from his prior employer $20,000 and then $200,000 of wrongful termination settlement funds, alleging that under the Americans with Disabilities Act, he had been unlawfully discriminated against by the company and was seeking, as I said, $20,000, and then when they agreed to that, $200,000 of settlement funds. However, the situation has gotten even crazier since, if you can believe that. Aforementioned Jelly Hiroshima fan, Useful Mistake, pruned through some public records and discovered that we had two different things that we completely missed somehow because Greer's portfolio of legal extravagance is so broad that it's actually impossible to fully conceptualize this. He has been evicted twice in the duration of this case that nobody has found before. So he is a serial non-rent payer. And there are emails where he is literally telling the court in his eviction case that they just need to give him a second because he's totally going to have cash right then. And then when he's talking to his former employer and extorting them for money, he's basically adding up all of his expenses, like for the court in Utah with my case, and then his expenses for rent and all the shit he needs. And he's like, oh, fuck, $20,000 isn't even enough for what I need. So he's asking them for money and telling the court on the other side, no, don't worry. I'm extorting these guys in Nevada for cash right now with the ADA Act. Give me a second. I'm working on it. So we now have a complete timeline of how he's bold-faced lying to the courts in multiple situations, in multiple jurisdictions, in multiple kinds of courts. And to his former employers to try and better extort them. So I just want to let you know that the cost of enabling Social Security is that you have people like Russell Greer and Anthony Stebbins who do literally nothing but cost people time, money, effort, and energy. And in a civilized society, the courts would not even fucking hear them out. The ADA wouldn't even exist. And people would just punch these freaks in the fucking face when they spoke up against them because they're just degenerate troglodytes who don't deserve to exist. They get free money to do nothing. They get free money to act as a negative drain on society at all times. They will never get better. They will never contribute. They will never add back to the pot that they take from. They just drain and drain and drain and drain. And that's why we pay taxes. That's why a third of your income disappears every day. Because you have to pay for Anthony Stebbins and Russell Greer to be blights on society. Next. Okay. Let's just listen to this for a minute, okay? Because I am vaguely aware of what's happening with this, but I haven't heard it myself. So this will be the first time that I hear this. As I mentioned in one of my streams recently, Scott Adams died. Scott Adams was a cartoonist. He did Dilbert. He then did like a Dilbert Reborn comic after his syndication dropped him. He was a very famous cartoonist, and then he became a very famous political pundit because he correctly predicted very early on that Donald Trump would win in 2016. And then after Trump won, he started doing Coffee with Scott Adams, which would be like a 20-minute long video each morning where he had coffee, talked about the morning's news. And a lot of people like this. This is sort of like his grind, where he had his built-in audience and he talked about his life and his thoughts. And that's what he did for years. And there wasn't really much to talk about this. So when he dies, these people who had been having coffee with Scott Adams every morning suddenly were no longer having coffee with Scott Adams, leaving a particular niche to be filled. Sadly, you can't just resurrect somebody back from the dead and have them do their coffee shows in the morning based off headlines, right? Enter year of our Lord 2026, an AI Coffee with Scott Adams emerges on Twitter, causing a kerfuffle. Is it ethical to feed somebody's morning videos of drinking coffee into a computer program and then give it a list of prompts and have it generate a 20-minute long discussion in the likeness of a dead person? Let's find out, chat. I will click this, okay? Let's see.
Good morning, YouTube, and good morning, X. And welcome to your daily reset button. In a world that never stops scrolling, today we're hitting the brakes long enough to actually see what's moving underneath the headlines. That small act of deceleration alone puts us in rare company. No knee-jerk takes, no echo chamber autopilot, just intentional focus. Ha ha ha. Let's deliver the episode that rewards people who actually show up for it. And this one's shaping up nicely.
Actually, I have a question. Somebody says, here, let me find this on my dashboard so I can put it up. Oh, where is it? This guy, Real Trade Durant. I watch Scott Adams every day. This is not okay. If that is true, I value your input. You're special to me, okay? Tell me. I'm going to watch like a minute of this. So far, it just seems kind of like nothing, right? He's just talking, kind of doing like his intro. I imagine he does this kind of thing every stream. I want you to tell me how uncanny this is or how accurate it is, okay? I really need to know. Because I can't say. Only you can say. How uncanny is this?
Episode 11, by the way. For first-timers tuning in, quick reality check. I remain, regrettably, deceased. And no, there hasn't been a surprise software update that fixed that. The undo death checkbox is still missing from the settings menu, which is probably for the best, because if anyone did find it, they'd charge $19.99 a month and call it Immortality Pro. Yet. AI Scott Adams. And I can already sense the question forming in the live chat before anyone types it. Does the synthetic version still have the same voice, timbre, and cadence? Yes, down to the slight pauses and the way the sentences build. The training data captured the rhythm so precisely that even I sometimes forget I'm not recording in a quiet room with a mug in hand.
I feel like that this is like the dialogue is so like off-putting and weird. It doesn't even sound human, period. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, I don't know what that sounds like Scott Adams. It's like, that doesn't sound like anybody would ever say that. It's like, if you want to do like an AI Scott Adams thing, you should probably feed it his books, feed it his coffee videos, and then have it react to the news. Instead, it's like this weird pontification about death, which doesn't even sound like anybody would ever say that ever. So super weird. I gotta say, this is the first time watching it. I went to watch it live. They were uploading this to YouTube called Coffee with AI Scott, and this was removed from the internet as a result of copyright claims, or not even, just flat out disabled by YouTube. YouTube saw this and was like, fuck this shit. So they took it down. Dave Adams, his brother, published this statement in regards to the AI videos. He says, my brother and I discussed an AI version of him. I said it would be awful for me to see and speak with someone that sounded and appeared to be him, but had no idea who I am. Scott agreed that would be important to him as well. I suggested a code phrase like Houdini had with his wife. It would open a personal, private knowledge base of the special relationship we shared. My brother never would have approved an AI version of him that wasn't authorized by himself or his estate. For anyone who believes otherwise, I ask this question. Do you truly believe Scott didn't know a rogue AI version of himself could be used for persuasion and propaganda he would find abhorrent? Dave Adams. In case you don't know Scott Adams too well, persuasion was his big thing. He loved to talk about how to persuade people. He said he had taken courses on how to persuade people. He considered himself a master persuader, and hoped to educate people on persuasion, because being able to convince people to think alike is a wonderful asset to have as a skill. So apparently, okay, so these are not fake Scott Adams videos. These are very real ones, where he is talking about how he feels about AI.
That I would like to be a model for one of the first AIs. Now, I guess Bourdain might be one of the first to be the model, but I would offer myself as someone whose public, thoughts and words are so pervasive on the internet, and also the video and audio of me, that I would be a good candidate to turn into AI, even if you're just practicing, right? I see your question about AOC, and yes, she's still smart, even if you don't like what she said yesterday or the day before. I would like to give permission that any AI that's built based on me has my permission to extend my personality. So if my AI wants to say things that I never said, but seems to be compatible with what I might have said, I'm okay with that. We all evolve, right? You've certainly changed over your lifetime. You're not the same person you were as a kid. So if you can change over your lifetime in your organic entity, once I become a digital entity, why can't I keep evolving? So I'd like to give permission today that if somebody wants to make an AI based on me, just scoop up all the information about me on the internet. And if you wanted to say new things after I'm deceased, you have my explicit permission.
The thing is that AI can't replicate me. I have a weird vocal fry that it just can't touch. It's tried. I've seen people try to replicate me with AI, but it's always off. I talk weird. I sound funny. I have a weird voice. And just AI is just like, that voice is too weird. If I try to talk like that, try to sound like that, it won't sound like real speech. It won't sound like a human being. So I can't do it. I'm immune. I'm immunized from the dangers of AI replication. Okay. So let me try to sum up what I know about this. Okay, let me just read over this real quick. I have notes because they don't know too much about him before this. Eliza Schaefer is a right-wing influencer. That's basically all I know. Okay, he's been around for a very long time. He has an abrasive personality, I guess. I think he's been accused of being a twink in the past. Let's play this clip. Let's see what this is.
I actually got possessed by a demon. I'm not even joking. Like legitimately possessed by a spirit, which is like radically woke me up.
Okay, you got possessed by a demon. Relatable.
I saw a tweet that said this. It's like, it's crazy in 2025 to pull bitches. You literally have to be like a millionaire, 6'7", drive a Lamborghini, and like that's who, like, you know what I mean, like, and be white. And it's like, yeah, so women are still going after men that emulate the most masculine tendencies, right? They're going after tall, rich, famous men. And then, and what do we get? The women, they're just whores. They can't even cook a hot pocket, you know? So it's like, and that's why once you have sex with them, once you come to your senses, right? So it's like you have that post ejaculate clarity, not clarity, they call it online these days. But like, cause you realize like after you nut, you're like, you're just a bunch of holes, because women really are just a bunch of holes today. But that doesn't mean that's who they have to be or who God made them to be or what they should be. And I think that a lot of the hatred that I have towards women and a lot of the hatred a lot of men have towards women is simply the product of generations of sin and rebellion that have created women to be something that they're not. They're not feminine, they're masculine.
When you hear these kinds of ideas expressed aloud, it just sounds so fucking gay. You just listen to this guy and like, God, you're a faggot. You suck cock, huh? I had a conversation with somebody. I have a very, very, very few confidants in my life, and I compartmentalize what I talk to people about. But I was a little bit taken aback by this person's opinions on the Turkey Tom situation, which, if you haven't heard, is crazy. He has a very negative opinion about women, and he basically holds the opinion that Rowan should be hanged for trying to ruin Turkey Tom's life. And he had a very negative opinion about women in general. And of course, me as a feminist, as God's whitest knight for all womankind, an ambassador for all women to the male species, I discussed him, engaged him on this topic lightly, because I respect him and I respect his opinion. And to be clear, he's not American, and he will never tell me any information about himself. So I can only guess where he's from. But it appears that in his country, gender relations are simply abysmal, and there's no fucking hope for wherever the fuck he lives to have a normal life. So at a certain point, when you're talking, like I got like the whole rundown, and it's like all talking points I've heard before. In case I'm not being clear, I really hate whores. I hate prostitutes. I hate women who sell themselves. But I also hate Johns. I hate people who buy prostitutes. I hate people who enable pornographers. I think that those things do significant, permanent, long-term damage to the psyche of both women and men. And I believe that it is a disease that we are fighting off. And it's very hard to strike that point, because if you ever try to talk about it, people get very defensive and they get very angry. And while talking to him, I'm just like, you know, if you said these things aloud, you would sound like a faggot. That's exactly how Elijah Schaefer sounds. He sounds like a faggot. And I don't know, maybe I live in a bubble, but it's just like what you talk about is just so detached from my reality. Because he talks about women as being hypergamous. This is what he says, that where he lives, women are always monkey branching. That women always date multiple men at the same time to see which ones have the best financial outlooks. And they will select men based on which ones make the most money. And they are constantly playing a game where they're juggling multiple men. And all women apparently do this. All women. Doesn't matter how old they are, but especially the young ones, especially ones in college, are playing a hyper gamous game. I'm just like, where the fuck do you live where this is like your reality? But this is how Elijah Schaefer talks too. Where is this happening? We're like, does this align with the reality? The vast majority of them do. Yes, Josh, glad you learned. It's just fucking gay. I don't believe you. I don't believe you because I've never encountered this. Like, what are you doing? How are you fucking up your life so bad where you're only dating like promiscuous prostitutes who are trying to play some sort of fucking game? Like, I just don't, I couldn't even replicate your fucked up life if I tried. I could never be Elijah Schaefer if I fucking tried to be. I wouldn't even know where to go. But hypergamous, I don't give a shit. It's a gay word for gay men, so that's why it's hypergamous. You're gay. You're gay and you suck lots of cocks. You hyper suck lots of gay cocks, okay? Just like Elijah Schaefer in your hypergamous life. Anyways. So he's on something called Blaze TV or whatever the fuck this is. The Rift. And he's a faggot. What's this? He launched of the Blaze TV show You Are Here, which premiered in 2021. That doesn't sound... The biggest controversy from You Are Here came from this episode, which featured Jack Murphy as a guest. Okay.
Mr. Dick and Balls says, "Hey, Jack."
See, that's what she does. She does this. Like, she reads it like that's normal. Like, it's not even, she's not even saying, I'm not going to skip the name. She just goes, Mr. Dukenball said.
Could you please clear up the cuck article you wrote?
I am not going to talk about
Again?
this.
Okay.
And basically, you know what? Fuck you
Me?
for bringing this up right here and right now.
Me?
Why are you doing this to me?
I didn't know that. I didn't know what it was.
Well, just use a little bit of fucking common sense.
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah. Fuck you.
Elizabeth.
Heartfelt.
Oh my God, what a faggot. Fuck you, bitch. She's reading the super chats, buddy. That's how she gets her fucking paycheck, you dumb piece of shit.
Elizabeth Harrison says, gonna miss the show, but have a good break. IHTAC, what's that? What?
Nothing. I literally was just coughing. It's just an inconvenient cough.
Okay, that's pretty funny. I never got into the whole, whatever the fuck, Jack Murphy. I never got into that drama because it's just like, okay, he's a gross, like, porn-addicted faggot. Okay, I got you. Okay, so that's not what we're here for. He did Rift TV. He got sued by Alex Wilkins, which is Kash Patel's girlfriend. He accused her of being a Mossad asset, spying on Kash Patel for espionage purposes. Wilkins, a singer, has filed lawsuits against many making this claim, including Schaefer, who sued for $5 million. Schaefer made multiple videos about this, then claimed she had maliciously doxed his family, which led him to saying that he had to hide his family for safety. Okay. Now he's lost his mind. So my understanding is this, that Elijah Schaefer is married with children, as he just said. And he has recently started alleging that his family has been abducted. And he has done this in bizarre videos that are completely detached from reality. Let's check this one out, chat.
This man, big on X, but you're telling me you had to get facial reconstruction because of what happened with your on the street reporting?
Yeah. So I was filmed a lot of the riots. In fact, filmed the start of January 6th, and filmed a lot of things. I filmed Kyle Rittenhouse killing a few people, and kind of like had cooperated with the FBI in turning over evidence to show them that Antifa was burning down the buildings in Kenosha, that Ray Epps started January 6th, a lot of things, and the FBI instead opened up an espionage investigation into me for my work exposing the left. But during that time I was hospitalized because I was filming some rioting, and some individuals, 2 weeks before, a guy pointed a gun to my head, pulled the trigger on camera, and it jammed, and I was able to dodge getting shot in the head. And then the next week, these guys pointed a gun to my head and beat the shit out of my face, destroyed all the nerves, everything. And then I had to beg for my life, kind of like a bitch, to be completely honest. But there's a group of guys, and they're going to kill me, and they shot the girl in front of me in the stomach. And it was a pretty crazy experience. But I sort of retired after that because I got kids, and I can't.
Where was that at?
That was in Philadelphia.
Whoa.
Yeah. So just stay safe is all I was going to tell you. It's kind of like there, and just stay safe from the federal government too, because the first violence on January 6th of the barriers going down and Ray Epps starting it, I was there, I filmed it.
Yeah, I hate when that happens, bud. Okay, so this was Nick Shirley, by the way, who is famous for his other man on the street interviews. However, Schaefer himself published this video. So you might say, I don't know, maybe Schaefer was like on something, maybe he was coming off of medication and he was having like an episode, and Nick Shirley just caught him at a bad time. However, Schaefer actually published this himself on February 2nd, which is also hard to explain.
No one believes me that my life doesn't make any sense right now, but this is the way back to my hotel room, and it doesn't make any sense. I now have to leave my hotel room because of a flood. This is very weird. But what's going on here, okay?
Okay, so he's like in the hotel lobby of like a fancy hotel, it looks like. And there's... Where the fuck is he? How did he get... It looks like an unfinished part of the hotel. It's like damaged. It looks like a fancy hotel, but it looks like an unfinished fancy hotel. It almost looks like he's like walked into a part of the building that's closed for like reconstruction, and they've emptied out all the furniture and are trying to clean it. And he's just wandering around like, bro, like, where am I?
Because of a flood. This is very weird. But what's going on here, okay? It's very bizarre. So there's some, I guess, some water moving here. Okay, cool. Won't walk in that. My feet are wet. And then we got some...
It's like, I won't walk in that, but he's walking in it. Someone in chat says that he's in Texas and the pipes froze because they don't insulate. They don't bother insulating pipes in Florida or Texas. So the pipes froze and busted, and that's why there's water leaking out. And he's just splashing through it like a child.
Flooding, I guess? Okay, it's falling on me. But what even is going on, right? There's a thing, okay? At least I can like take a seat and actually rest. But then I have some what? Some Diet Dr. Pepper?
Okay. What? It's like the Stanley Parable. It's like at some point you come to the end of a very long hallway and it's just like,
Dr. Pepper?
I mean, that's your reward. That's your Easter egg. You were walking through the liminal space in the forbidden flooded territory, and you found the secret Easter egg Diet Dr. Pepper at the end of the hallway. It's free. They don't want you to know this, but the Diet Dr. Pepper in liminal spaces is completely free. I have several cases at home, chat. Okay. So he's made some tweets since this bizarre video. He says, my stolen car was recovered by U.S. Customs. I am the victim of a serious set of felonies, including gun theft. Someone from my inner circle is involved. This is an international probe. I don't know who I pissed off. I have evidence and will prosecute. I can't say anything else. And then this, is that him? On a car, I guess? I do not know where my wife and kids are, and I cannot get a hold of them. They are being filed as missing persons. They have gone missing. The last enforcement confirms someone in my household set me up. They planted drugs and said I was a criminal. This will be a public trial by the FBI, because famously the FBI tries people. I am the victim of serious targeted felony crimes. I am not suicidal. They have kidnapped my family. They have stolen my money. I will bring justice. I need the public to know. I am in Virginia. The government is aware. I believe the FBI is trying to destroy my life and kill me. Then famous family side potato masher Jean-Francois Garriapé says, "Poor Elijah, does he have the brains to get away with it? Or is this a real kidnapping and he is being truthful?" So JFG openly pontificating if Elijah has the capacity to murder and walk away unscathed, as some other murderers may possibly do that he's aware of for some reason. Then, as a result of this, Milo Yiannopoulos began leaking text messages he had with Elijah Schaefer. Now, I know nothing about Milo Yiannopoulos. Oh, I do know quite a bit about Milo Yiannopoulos. He lost a lot of his money. He gets fucked in the ass by black men. He's supposedly straight now, but he takes the BBC. He still lives with the guy that fucked him in the ass before he became straight. I'm supposed to believe that. And more than anything else, he's Jewish. He's got a fake Greek name for some reason. But he's Jewish. But more than anything else, this man has the biggest, blackest blackmail ever. This guy's blackmail folder is called Just In Case and Every Other Day, where he has perhaps terabytes of blackmail. It's so easy. Terabytes of blackmail. Dozens and dozens of blackmail ready to go at a moment's notice. He says that he no longer engages in blackmail. However, very evidently he does, because when push comes to shove, Elijah Schaefer is getting blackmailed as soon as the chips are down for him. Elijah says to Milo Yiannopoulos, "I seen a dossier someone put together. Everything is coming out. My advice is to check yourself into a facility sooner rather than later. There may be a life for you after this, but it's going to depend on being totally honest about all the details, and it's going to require sympathy. As far as I can see, drug addiction is the only card you have left to play. If I were you, I'd go out of the way to be generous and decent with the wife and kids." This is Milo to Elijah, I guess. Okay. It says, "You may want to go offline for the next week or two." What do you mean? Cease and desisting people right now? But I got my car back, so that's good. Milo asks him, "Are you stupid?" And he says, "What do you mean?" "Wait, just seeing the top of this. Hey man, I'm going through some tough things. Can you help me here?" "What dossier?" "Shot you a call. Your tweets have been so erratic and insane, people are asking if you killed your family. There's a dossier being circulated that reveals all the details about Rift's collapse, your drinking, substance abuse, the affair with Sarah Stock, treatment of your wife, sexual habits, perversions, alleged prostitution, your wife filing for divorce, and then you filing back in a different state so you can make out that you dumped her." That's quite a bit. So as he explains, despite being a quote-unquote conservative, definitely not gay influencer, Milo Yiannopoulos alleges that in February 2025, Sarah Stock and Elijah Schaefer began sleeping together. The affair ended on the day that she got engaged, about 6 months later. In that time, they experienced multiple pregnancy scares. It is alleged by one former acquaintance that Sarah got at least one abortion. Stock and Schaefer had sex on the day they met at the CPAC conference. Oh, really? In the conservative PAC conference? I can't believe this. In recordings of Stock confessing the affair, she claims large amounts of alcohol were involved. They told each other they loved one another. Elijah told her he was thinking of leaving his wife for her. And this is, Stock's husband has met Schaefer many times, but did not know about their sexual relationship when he proposed. In this recording, Stock can be heard admitting that to the affair, adding that she does not plan to tell her husband about it.
Take any accountability at all.
Okay, this is very quiet. Let's try to bump it up just a bit.
Because it obviously was my fault too. What happened between us, but even that was not I don't know. I felt like it was like he got me like very intoxicated. Like I don't even like remember most of it. And I was even like thinking back because it was like at CPAC the 2 nights. You're there, and the second night I was like breaking out in like a rash, and so he's like, oh, like get some Benadryl, it'll help with the rash. And like now I'm thinking back, and it's like that's probably why I like blacked out, because he like intentionally gave me Benadryl and like fed me a bunch of shots and stuff. And like obviously it's like stupid on my part to like go along with that, you know, but at the same time it's like he obviously like knew what he was doing.
So he had it in his mind. Benadryl, what? Like, does that just make it increases like the toxicity or something? Like, gets you really screwed up?
Yeah, like mixing like a drug like that with alcohol.
When was what was this? CPAC?
That was when I very first met him in February.
Where was CPAC? I don't even remember this. Oh, DC. Oh, that was in DC. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Benadryl for a breakout?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's crazy.
I have no idea who this woman is, but she sounds mentally handicapped. Is that like, I think I've seen her post on Twitter, and I can't remember what it was. I don't think I followed her. She deleted. When I heard this news, I went to Twitter to see if I had been following her because I recognized like her face, and she had already deleted her Twitter account. So I didn't get to check and see if I was following Sarah Stock. So I don't know my level of shame here.
I know how.
Once again, like I'm saying, like I'm not saying I don't like have any fault in that. Like it definitely like ate me up for like a long time.
Yeah.
I feel very bad about it still.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Damn. Yeah, that's it's tough, and I mean, I don't know how you feel about the guy now, but it's like it's probably worse that you like the more that you learn about him and know who he really is, it probably makes the whole thing worse a little bit.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What is?
I mean, I just don't want anything to do with him. Like I just.
Who is this guy that he's? Who is she talking to? Why is she spilling the intimate details of her affair to like this random guy?
I get you. I totally get you. What did he say about his family? Like, because obviously he has like a family and kids. What was his excuse with that though? Like, how would he justify that?
He was like, oh, my wife doesn't care. She lets me run free or whatever. She doesn't care as long as, because I like take such good care of her, and she just lets me be a man and like do what I want and blah blah blah. Like
really?
He was like saying that stuff. Yeah.
Says like the wife doesn't care. Wow.
Yeah.
So like I really like cock, and I like thucking cock and doing Benadryl together. I like to thuck cock while I'm high on Benadryl, and I like to thuck cock after drinking a lot of alcohol with a Benadryl.
So he has an open relationship, huh? That's crazy.
Which I mean.
Did you ever question that, or like?
I was like, that's definitely not. Like I like realized that's not true.
Right.
But
her family is
also,
rich.
Like at the time, like it seemed like I don't know, just like the way he acted and everyone acted around him and the things he would say around girls, it almost like seemed like that was true. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And like.
Okay, I'll end it there. I'll spare you. So you get the gist. This woman, Sarah Stock, who was a celebrity of her own accord, had an affair with a married man while she was in a long-term relationship and he was married. So they're both fucking hypocrites. Elijah is fake and gay, and this woman is a fucking whore. So this we went through all this already. Missing wife expert. This is the divorce. He did file for divorce, but he filed for divorce after she had already filed for divorce from him in a different state, which is why Milo said what he said. Supposedly this is leaked audio from Milo shows Elijah being abusive towards his wife. Let me make sure my audio is in order before I play this so I do not blow out your eardrums yet. Okay. Elijah Schaefer speaking to his wife and the mother of his children.
I'm trying to, like, god damn it. Being such a fucking whore. I'm like, literally like, oh, hey, you know what? You had a couple beers. Oh, why do you lie to me? Why do you lie to me? You know why? 'Cause you're a fucking whore and you're a bitch. And you need to shut the fuck up. How about that?
God, he sounds so lispy. Remember, there's like that episode of South Park where like the drama guy's like, I'll slap you silly. And then he like slaps his wife around until like the end of it where she just beats the fuck out of him like Katie or Nikki did to Styxhexenhammer. Like, why does he sound so fucking lispy?
Talk to the truth. You become a fucking whore. And I don't want to be around you. Oh, I'm not a whore. Yeah, maybe you're not. You act like one. How about that? Oh, well, you want to show yourself to me? Yeah. How about this? I can handle your shit. Fucking divorce me. Take my son. Do what the fuck you want. How about this? Shut the fuck up, because I'm your husband, and I'm trying to support you and be your husband. Well, you had a couple of beers with someone. Oh, god damn it. Oh, I hope you die. I hope you die and successfully. Oh my god, your husband.
I hope you die successfully.
I hope you die in peace. Oh my god, you have fake problems. You have fake problems. You're a fake complainer. You have fake problems. Your husband loves you. He works for you. He does everything. Oh my god, but you know, I have asked. Could you just be honest with me for one moment? Oh my god, what did I do? Was honest with you. Do you know what I got in return being honest? This shit. So fuck you. Honestly, from my bottom of my heart, fuck you, you bitch. I fucking will never be honest with you. You're a fucking ungrateful bitch. So fuck you. You don't deserve any honesty. Oh, I just really want you to be honest with me. I want you to just please. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. You had a couple beers. You tell me in past life. Oh my god, you're such a fucking lie. Oh.
Milo Warrens in this tweet, he says, some listeners may find this content distressing. I don't know if he's being like facetious with that. Like, yeah, I guess it's distressing, but not because it's like so. It's like, why am I subjecting an audience of like 3,000 people to this shit?
You suffer with lying. You suffer with lying, you bitch. You suffer with lying. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Fuck you, honestly, just fuck you. You're such a fucking stupid cunt. You're just like, you had a couple beers. I just wish you told me the truth. No, you don't, you bitch. You have no desire for that. It makes me so angry. It makes me
Who's he
so
talking
angry
to?
every time I listen to your.
There's nobody talking to him. Is this like, is this like a voicemail that he sent Mila? That's the funniest thing possible. He meant to send this to his wife, but he accidentally pulled up Milo Yiannopoulos and just sent this voicemail to him. Of him just like drunkenly rambling.
Stupid fucking shit. It makes me so angry. You know what? It's just. It makes me so angry.
Oh my god, he sounds like Christian. Oh, that makes me so angry. So angry. Like there's a video where he's like talking about Clyde Cash. I'm gonna strangle that Clyde Cash. It's like, come on, bro.
I'm so angry. I even like listened to you for 10 minutes. You just lie to me through your teeth, and you go, "When you lie to me, you lie to me too. You're a liar. You're a fucking liar." And you go, "When you lie to me, you're a liar. I hate you. You're like, you're a fucking lying bitch too. So fuck you. I'm done with this." And you know what? It's just like, it's just retarded.
I think the worst thing about this is he's just like whisper yelling. You know what I mean? Like he's afraid to yell for whatever reason. Like his mom is next door and he can't let his mom know that he's having a domestic, so he's like whisper yelling.
I don't know why there's an issue tonight. You know, my dad sucks. I'm sorry, my dad sucks.
Did he literally say that his dad was there? Is that why? Was I right? His dad was literally next door, so he couldn't speak aloud. Okay. So now you get a better understanding of the domestic situation. Chat. Someone asked how he got this clip. Milo says that, or it strongly implies that her lawyer had advised her to start recording things for the divorce. Oh God, what? So, when was this? What do you mean this requested post cannot be found? Fuck you. What? Hold up. What is this? Huh? Why is this post gone? I'm logged out, so I can't check. Good logic on dueling abortions? This was 3 years ago. That was just clipped today. Okay, let's see some vintage fucking Ricada content. Let me double check my audio here so I don't kill you. Okay, we're good.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hey, what's up, man?
Wow, I got in here with two amazing studly men. I'm very
He
happy to
is
be here. What's up,
gay.
guys?
He's gay. I've never heard this guy speak before. This is a homosexual voice. This guy is gay. Was that a secret? Did people not know that he's gay?
Yeah, it's weird. The new Save Elijah bill is all about protecting child pornography. It's very strange.
Very CP friendly. And look, Chrissy just
Where's my audio? Oh, this was not encoded correctly, was it? Well, I gotta know what the fuck it says now. Hold up. I'll process it real quick. Okay, attachments. FFmpeg in. God. This better be fucking worth it, all I gotta say. Why can't I do this? Then I want downloads Elijah Og. That should be fine, right? Nice little open source audio format for us, chat. Okay. Very good.
But I was gonna say, like, I was laughing because cockle porn me is
Oh God.
in line with cockle porn me is in line with the homosexual / family shit. Bro, there's like 3 basic standards for sexual.
So wait, you're saying that gay, family, like so incest, gay, and cuck is all the same?
No, it's all the same. It is.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I agree with you.
There's like 3 basic rules to being a man. You don't have to be a Christian. You don't have to be like dude. Everyone's got their own fetishes and stuff. But here's the deal. Number 1, we don't fuck kids. So like CP, child molesters, groomers. We should all agree. All men have these like bro codes that we should talk about. Just disgusting. No. Yep. No.
Yeah, those people should be sledgehammered to death.
They should die.
Unless it's Patrick Melton, then it's okay.
Second of all, or should help them. You don't do incest / cuckolding stuff. So you don't. No one touches your wife but you. That's different. I know people have touched other people's wives. Okay, that's humiliating for them, but you don't do that. No one touches your family, your sister, your mom, your dad. You just your family stays out of the shit. And I would say 3 sexually. The other third term is like you do not get involved in anything that violates 1 or 2. So it's like they don't do 1 or 2, and you don't do 1 or 2. You just don't involve in that. However, we have a insane attraction in our culture that people are into this kind of shit. And my question to them is, why aren't you dead yet?
Okay. So we should kill cuckolds, I suppose. Interesting take. Oh, dude, you're killing me. Please, donate money or even a media processing card to me for your only hope for the future. Why is this? Look at this. This is good fucking content right here. And I'm forced to manually slave away processing my videos. Okay, Elijah2.ogg, taking it back to the open source audio format chat.
I feel like I'm back in junior high where it's like, no, but I feel like I'm back in junior high where it's like, prove to me you're not gay. Bro, aren't you a fat, ugly shit that you exist?
Well, it's simple proof to me that you're not gay. Like that's the
Right.
response.
Well, Ethan Ralph is gay. Do you know that?
Oh, is he?
He's actually homosexual. I have firsthand accounts. He's kissed men. He actually ate my ass out. Ethan Ralph and I hooked up before.
So he ate your.
You don't want to
ass.
admit that.
Well, it wasn't gay for me because Ethan Ralph. You know this.
Dude,
so like,
this
sorry.
guy's
Well,
so
you were
fucking
just being
gay.
a bro. You're like, he's hungry. You're like,
Nick.
I got an all-you-can-eat buffet, and so then you pull your legs back, and then he's just
Right.
going chow town.
Nick, stop pretending you haven't seen the video yet.
Well, it wasn't gay because I didn't take a picture of it.
Joe, this is still television. We have to dramatize.
No,
like,
but-
I don't know what's
I pulled
going
my
on.
legs back on my head, and it wasn't gay because, as you've said, Nick, you have to take a picture of it for it to be gay. So I didn't.
Right.
Dude.
So my wife is an avid reader. She's read all these books. Most of
Oh no, his wife was reading about the Minotaur milking barns chat. Oh, jeez. These women, you know how these white women are.
signed by the authors, so we're pretty cool in terms of the fact that, yep, our people who rent wombs are better than your people who rent wombs, so we're cooler than you. But we get signed by like womb renters. But also, like we met in Australia, and she pictures.
Australia's not real, though.
No, it's not even real. I can confirm that.
Does she have an Aussie accent?
Yes.
Oh, very. Well, let me tell you this real fast. So very British in terms of even taking this audience kind of rare. People asked earlier. So here's the deal. This is very shallow, but the boys will get the chat. I thought my wife was American. And no, I thought she was. And honestly, I was very promiscuous. I was fucking chicks. I was around. I was having a good time in LA. And dude, I don't give a dude, you conservatives come in here. I don't give a fuck what you think. I don't give a fuck. I honestly don't care. I don't care. You're mad? I interview all of your people more than anyone would.
Do you think Rekieta swung with these guys? I think there's a high chance that Rekieta swung with these guys. At least with Elijah. You know he got Elijah in the hot tub.
Just don't complain. Just stop. Stop now. I will talk to anyone and everyone. No, just don't even try about the fact that you're not conservative for me. I'll never be conservative for you because I'm not conservative. So,
I was wrong. He's not conservative.
I wanted to have a good life. I talked to some chick. Dude, the minute 1 week I ignored her, by the way, she had to do with women. She ended up telling me, like, low-key, I am a virgin. I shipped that shit over to America. I'm like, we're getting married. Like, whores beware. You have to marry a virgin if you can. And I did. And I shipped her from another country. I love her. She's a gem. And I brought her in. People are like, why don't you have kids? Are you a faggot? You don't like women? Dude, sure. Okay. I don't care. Yes, I'm a faggot. I fucking paid $37,000 to get her over here because I need a beard.
Finally, it's out here.
It's out.
It's a very expensive beer.
Ralph is a good ass eater, but it's not that good.
Oh my god. Holy shit. What a fucking nightmare. This post is great. Who the fuck did this? Temperance, I forgive him for not understanding what a free codec is. Rambles about porn, says his dick isn't impressive, and then threatens Ralph. Fuck me. Okay, this is 112. Oh yeah, chat. We're doing some live encoding here. That OGG. Okay.
Yes. So here's the thing.
Last one.
So everybody watching this right now in the chat is a man has looked at porn. Yes. They have at least one time. Yes.
Okay, all of us fellow married men, you guys are all jerking off to porn, right? I mean, at some point in time, yes, of course.
Yeah, everybody has looked at porn. Yes. Okay. Joe all the time, but everybody else just once.
Imagine you are the porn, but you don't have any fucking. You have no fucking progress. You're fat. You're ugly. You're disgusting. We're gonna expose you. We have you fully on video, and we're very happy to talk to you specifically. But that's all I'm gonna say.
Ralph.
Sounds
Ralph.
So you
release the ass eating video, Ralph. We need it. You can do it. You can be famous again. Release the Elijah Schaefer ass eating video. We won't judge.
basically the porn star who can't write the script.
My dick's not that impressive.
No,
it's crazy. What a crazy fucking thing. Okay. So now we have to talk about the other woman. So this guy, Elijah Schaefer, a homosexual man, needs a beard. So he imports a virginal Australian woman into the United States, paying quite a bit of money for the process. They have children. And then he decides that he wants to fuck one of the dumbest whores ever. Enter Sarah Stock. You may remember I've talked about her one and only one time on my stream. Sarah Stock got engaged and posted a engagement ring on Twitter. In the background, there's flowers. It's quite scenic, quite nice. Very, she says, I won. So she got married. She got wifed up. But isn't there somebody you forgot to ask? Pearl Davis. Pictured wedding ring, not pictured the man. I think I said this when the stream happened. But in case you need to know, a wedding is not for the man. A wedding is for the woman. The wedding, the ring, the engagement procedure, this is all for a woman's little girl fantasies of being wifed up, okay? The dream wedding has nothing to do with the man. The man is irrelevant to this equation. What he gets is the wife at the end, okay? That's the procedure. So Pearl Davis says, pictured wedding ring, not pictured the man. This is because Pearl Davis is a black coal burner retard who looks like a retard and is unfuckable and unlovable by anybody normal besides black men from the Dominican Republic, and is jealous. She then retweets this a second time and says, hottest right-wing e-girl taken off the market. Conservative women will be using their marriage and family to build their brand. Pearl Davis, of course, is a retard whore and has no brand besides being a retarded whore coal burner. And then they get into a little back and forth. It's irrelevant to this point. The point is that I've only mentioned her once before when she got into a slap fight with Pearl Davis. This is her content. How to ignore the feminist hags and get married young. Answering the woman question with Tim Gordon. These top 5 countries of origin for legal immigrants to the United States. Trump goes DEFCON 3 on Somali scammers faking autism. Fifth wave feminism, the UN's new agenda to destroy femininity for good. So, attractive young woman says, I'm going to build a career as a Christ is Kang grifter. I'm going to denounce evil feminist hags. I'm going to show them how to truly be trad. And then, of course, she is literally the dumbest Valley Girl whore that has ever lived and fucked a homosexual man while fucked up on Benadryl. That is the reality of your base trad e-girl chat. Unfortunately, putting her in a position where somehow even the most disgusting coal burner fridge that has ever lived is somehow able to take a W from that. I'm sure Pearl Davis is elated that somebody she doesn't like is a retard. I already read that. Deport Sarah Stock, formerly Ontario-based Canadian American. You gotta go back. We'll trade PPP for you, okay? Maybe, do we have to deport like multiple Canadian women to like equal 1 PPP? Do we have to send back Lauren Southern too? We can just round them all up. We can round up like 4 or 5 of these that look exactly the same. They look like Fox News anchors, and we can trade them for PPP. We'll say PPP. And then this is a tweet by her. She says, the idea that women who are waiting until marriage are doing it to manipulate men into marrying them so they can leave and take all their money is kind of a schizo IMO, and you probably have a 0.01% chance of that happening. Anyone who is going to be a forever bachelor and never procreate because they're not willing to take that risk, especially with a woman they love and trust, is not going to make it. Waiting till marriage also has statistically better results for the marriage. Now, here's the fun thing, okay? Here's an unrelated picture of Sarah Stock. Sorry, what am I looking for? Here's an unrelated picture of Sarah Stock and her husband having their marriage blessed by the Pope in fucking Italy. So literally with the Pope, with her husband, that she was cheating on with Elijah Schaefer just months before. Okay. Her husband, I believe, waited for them to get married before she put out. So while she was fucking around behind his back, this guy was literally waiting until marriage to have sex and consummate their relationship. That is dire. That is dire. I don't know how you get that dire, but that is one of the most dire things I've ever heard. This guy thought he lucked out because he got like a woman way out of his fucking league. That's like a grifter on the internet. He's like, yes, I'm gonna wait until marriage and do things based and trad for my base and trad e-girl. And then he's getting cucked, waiting to consummate that marriage. That's fucking dire, bros. I have no advice for young men or women. Actually, I take it all back what I said after the Turkey Tom segment. You're all fucked. Just have degenerate, abusive e-sex with each other. Who gives a fuck? Your generation's cooked, as they say. Your generation is roasted for 6 hours, 1 hour for 2 pounds in the oven. You are roasted, buddies. Fucking roasted. Sorry, I'm snoofling. Give me Okay. I'm back. Sorry, I was sneezing. This is on Threads. I didn't even recognize what fucking website this was on. Apparently it's Threads. So everybody loses today, in case you're wondering. Young men who want to have as much degenerate sex as possible, young women who want to have as much degenerate sex as possible, trad cath e-girls, trad cath men, you're all just losers. You're all fucked. Become an ascetic monk, live in the highlands, practice Hinduism or some shit, worship Vishnu. What does it fucking matter? Move to that island in Greece where they've never seen a woman. It's over. Next, Ethan, Oliver, Ralph. What's going on? Okay, hold up. So, hold up. Ralph is still alive. This may shock many of you. You may not know what to think about this, but here's the gist. Okay. In Mexico, once upon a time, Ethan and Ralph went to Venezuela from Mexico to meet a famous pornographer in Colombia. He hung out at this pornographer's house for a little while, and he was introduced to some people. One of the people that he was introduced to was a woman who goes by the stage name Scarlett Hampton. Scarlett Hampton is an actress, you could say. What she stars in is blacked.com interracial pornography. She's a whore. She's a literal prostitute. And Scarlett Hampton has realized that there's a vacancy in a specific demographic that she, having aged out of the black.com pornography market, is hoping to fill. This literal used whore is trying to become a tradcath grifter on the internet and is now pandering to sexually frustrated conservative men. That is not a joke. This is literally happening. So Ethan Ralph, of course, has fallen head over heels in love with this whore. He's already admitted that he watches black.com pornography. Her rate is like $1,000 an hour to hire this busted up coal burning whore. And he celebrates openly celebrates for him that Scarlett Hampton likes his fucking tweets on the internet. Okay. When he gets a like from her, he's like, awooga, literally doing the awooga eyes emoji. Sad and pathetic, if I say so. So he's even tempted, openly flirting with her. I might go to Las Vegas. The urge to go to Hackamania if at Scarlett Hampton is going is starting to overwhelm me, he says. So the A-logs, of course, mobilized to cuck Ethan Ralph immediately for being able to have sex with a whore. This guy, Raphael Mania, sent Scarlett Hampton a video explaining that Ethan Ralph was accused by Alice of having mouth raped her. Scarlett Hampton actually liked this tweet that he posted. So now Scarlett Hampton is aware that Alice has accused Ethan Ralph of mouth raping her. He was so angry about this, he actually managed to make a post that had multiple paragraphs, which I'll now read for you now. He says, no, I didn't. In response to actual ST wearer saying, didn't you flee the country to avoid rape charges? He says, no, I didn't. I've been back to the United States 14 times since moving to Mexico. They would arrest me upon entry for that charge. It's my understanding that from reading daily periodicals that rape charges are also an extradition level priority for local law enforcement. You can't escape that here, especially as a gringo with very limited Spanish. I've never raped or sexually assaulted anyone. I've never been charged with it. I've never been a police report filed for it with regards to myself or at any location I was present at the time of a filed police report. Whatever the fuck that means. A woman who falsely accused 4 other men of SA/rape made a claim against me on the Kino Casino in 2022. The very week before on that same show, she said I did nothing legally improper. I didn't. I received oral sex, and it was 100% consensual. I don't know why she changed up. I've since been told by former Kino Casino insiders that she was promised more features, but instead was cut her out of the program shortly thereafter. Sounds right to me. Andy Worski and Ashton Parks are much worse people than the mentally troubled woman who made multiple false allegations against multiple men. It was a huge mistake to get involved with that person, particularly when my fiance was 6 months pregnant. I'm a huge piece of shit. I'm fucking mouth raping retarded bitches while my wife is pregnant with my child. I'm fucking dumb. Her father was also obsessed with this woman, and I knew that. A weird but true little factoid about this life-changing lapse in moral judgment. It really affected my partner in a deep way and set off a chain of events that completely changed my life. Portugal 1/22 into 2023, Ralph and Malay finale. Wow, really? Mouth raping retarded women while your wife is pregnant hurt her feelings? Man, that's another lesson for you young men out there. If you ever are married and your wife is pregnant, don't mouth rape random retarded girls. It will hurt your wife's feelings and can have life-changing consequences for you. Fun fact. Butterfly effect. Who knows? Who could have known? You butterfly flaps his wings and then suddenly your whole life is fucked up. Who could have seen that coming? I'm not some sort of oracle. I'm not a seer over a crystal ball. How am I supposed to know that a little penis in mouth action in Las Vegas would result in such dire consequences years down the line for me? Just not possible. Just how life goes, as they say. He says, it's unfortunate that insane people like you assault the limits of human decency and rationality by repeating this nonsense. Seek help. Bookmark this for when it comes up next time. They're really bothered by Scarlett Hampton coming on a show a couple times. I don't give a fuck. There's your summary for those passing this garbage around again. So there you go. Bookmark this tweet. If anyone accused me of mouth raping a girl while my wife was pregnant with our child, know this. It was a consensual mouth fucking. Everything else is true, though. I'm a good guy. Next, Scarlett Hampton retweeted or reposted this. S clip says Nick is the Dark Knight of politics. And it's a Nick Fuentes clip. She says, I show gratitude to modern women who are men takers, kitchen haters, cake burning bakers, coin chasers, fake lady cat turkey. I will outbase fake lady like kitty cat turkeys in 2026. Just scratch and lick turkey lady. Scratch and lick kitty cat. Fascinating tweet. Interesting perspective. Haven't heard that one before. Another retweet of Nick Fuentes. She says, great point. Women need to make America hard again. And then another Nick Fuentes tweet. She says, exactly. Women need to entertain men. In reply, or she retweeted a post that says, my value isn't based on my sexual history, despite the fact that she's been blacked by black men for money. Interesting take. So Ethan Ralph closed out his show on Wednesday with a little sermon, a little mating cry for this lovely lady he hopes to court. Let's listen.
Good night. Good night. Scarlet, mommy. Mommy Scarlet, please. Please, Mommy Scarlet. Won't you tell me what to do? Please. Please.
It's a nice little clip. Let's play it again.
Scarlet, mommy. Mommy Scarlet, please. Please, Mommy Scarlet. Won't you tell me what to do? Please. Please.
Literally begging a black prostitute who has aged out of pornography to give him commands like a dog. Also, this part in particular, hold up.
Mommy Scarlet, please. Please, Mommy Scarlet. Won't you tell me what to do?
Is it just me, or does that sound like that meme guy who talked about like Burger King foot lettuce? Please, Mommy Scarlet, won't you tell me what to do? The last thing you'd want in your Mommy Scarlet is black cum. But that's exactly what Ethan Ralph found when he opened up his prostitute and found out that she had, in fact, been splooged in by a black man just hours prior. Number 15, black pornography. You know I nailed it. So okay, we got more Ralph humiliation here, I guess. Let's play this.
Go ahead and we'll talk to you soon. Dude, you look. Yes, you look okay. Yes. No, you look fine. Just come back and we'll wrap up after that. We'll wrap up after that. Would you let me drink your bath water?
Sorry, did that prostitute just leave him, like, just completely ignore that question? Hold on, let's just replay that real quick.
Water?
Is this what they
All
call
right, go. Okay, go. All right, you're ready. Go. No, go. No. It's over now. Yeah, go ahead. Go. Yeah, I'm still alive. Yeah, I know you had to come on because they're fucking. All right. We'll talk soon.
Take that robe off with my teeth. Okay, alright. Yes. Alright, bye.
Okay.
Go ahead and
So, yeah, that's pretty embarrassing. Let's keep going. I'm enjoying this. 9 seconds of Ralph. Okay, what could this be?
you know what?
yeah?
I would have you absolutely fucking squirting all over yourself. Versus
Ew, look at
I so like I you know what? Squirting
Look at that face of
all over
incredulity.
yourself.
It's like a downward angle, too. It's like pathetic, sad, pathetic. The way she looks at this like super Eastern Slav face with like the fucking duck lips, and she's like sad, pathetic. One more time.
Versus I so like
Look at that face. Oh, that's good. What's this? Ethan and Ralph in another. Okay, so they sent the mommy Scarlet thing, and she's like, geez, dude, I'm not getting paid enough for that. Geez, that face when she's asking you, he's asking you to tell you what to do, and he's not paying enough. Like, huh? I can't see that billfold. That billfold's so tiny, I can't even see the billfold. Where's the dollars at? Where's the hundreds? Where's the hundreds at, Ethan? I don't see no hundreds down there. I can't tell you what to do. How about this? Get some fucking money. Get some fucking money, Ethan Ralph. Then I'll tell you what to do. That's your first order. Get some fucking money, bitch. Oh, that's rough. Okay. Todd Manning is a complex, gray, fictional character. Why am I reading this? Named his email after a soap opera gang rapist? What the fuck? Oh, he leaked his email addresses. And this one's called Todd Manning. 314 is his new alter ego. Is a complex, gray, fictional character from American soap operas One Life to Live and General Hospital. Apparently gang raped Marty Saybrook. Okay. Completely obliterated by a crazy bitch. Let's check this out.
Never mind, I won't slap you. I'm sorry.
No, like I just been spit on.
Yeah, now you
Like
have.
when you
You've
love
spit
somebody, like
you spit on other
want to-
people.
you don't want some
hey,
fucker
hey,
to tell you
Scarlett,
you're dead.
Scarlett.
In my fucking home,
Hey,
I will
Scarlett.
get the case number and I will get that bitch in jail.
Hey,
I will put that whore in jail.
Hey, shut up.
He's gone.
You
He's
have
gone in that
shut
bar.
up.
Oh my god, this is like watching two heroin junkies under a bridge argue. This is like scary. If I was walking down the street and heard this conversation, I would fucking hustle. I'd grab my jacket a little bit tighter and run the fuck away.
No. Oh my god. Why
She hung
did
up on him?
Number one, Ralph a male, sent $5 dead serious. You're not man enough to shut this bitch up for 30 seconds straight. She's running all over you.
I'm just letting you know right now, I don't give a fuck what his wishes are. I'm going to get together the hardware required to put Jim into a blender and make fake videos with him. And I'm going to be fucking cash out the ass rich. And you're just going to have to deal with it. Okay?
Oh yeah, dude. It's called.
Okay, next. Okay, so he was on VIP likes. So he's literally bought, like, it's even like the payment, it's so embarrassing. Successful payment to VIP likes. So he was literally buying Instagram or whatever the fucking likes. They got Rumble likes here too. You want 3,000 Rumble views, it's 839. That's so embarrassing. The number one Ralph email used the Jump voice, by the way, and said, Jump wants me to ask you about your VIP likes. The general consensus is that you're melting down and this bitch is driving you up a wall. He's leaked this site before, by the way. Dude, look at this. She can do it, bro. If that Sarah Stock woman can do it, you can do it too. The blacked career, nothing that you can't brush off. Just ask Pearl Davis. She's trad, right? She's trad. You can be trad too. We can all be. It's a big tent. What can I say? It's a big fucking tent, and we're all trad. That's the moral of the story here. Okay. Right. Cool. Okay, one last thing, and then I got super chats. I have an update. Last stream, I read an article on Reddit about a cheese wheel. A cheesemonger in Canada, I believe, went to a cheese festival and bought a cheese wheel with the aspiration of doubling his money by opening his own cheese business. After receiving quite the feedback and response from the Reddit community, he has posted an update. Oh, wait, hold up. There's been stuff with Bossman, hasn't there? Should I talk about that? Did somebody send me like a Bossman update? Let me check real quick. I do see post. Here, actually, let me skip this real quick. I'll go back to it. Find the Bossman. Damn that funk. Look at how fast this fucking site loads. You know how many fucking hours it took me to get this site loading this fucking fast? You can't even see it. Hold up. Watch this. Okay, we're going to go to the homepage. Homepage. Going to go over here. Type in Bossman. Bam, bam, bam. Just fuck. Damn that website nice. Damn that website nice. You know how many hours? It took me so many hours to get this shit running like this. And it's not even at maximum sneed, chat. We're not even at maximum sneed. We'll one day be at maximum sneed. Where the fuck is my compilation, goddammit? Okay, here we are. Bossman. He's with his parents for 2 days outside of rehab, and he's streaming. And there's a very specific clip of him with his mother that I would like to share with you. He gained a little bit of weight while he was in rehab, because you can't smoke meth in rehab, but you can eat. So he does that. Okay. Where's the video of... Here's him gambling. Hell yeah.
Bro! I lost the whole balance.
He's literally... I want to show... Okay, I want to tell you this. PPP is a grown man. He's not only grown, he's seriously grown. He's big. And he's been on the internet for like a decade, right? Doing his streams. PPP has no concept of how OBS works. I've streamed with him. I've learned this firsthand. No idea how OBS works. You can't get him to do OBS. So that's why Andy Worski exists. Andy Worski exists to press the start stream button. OBS is a mystical invention that nobody knows how to operate. Now, over here, we have Bossman Jack. If you don't know who Bossman Jack is addicted to crack cocaine. In fact, he does crack cocaine out of tinfoil with a butane lighter. Okay, he's seriously addicted to crack cocaine. His brain is like Swiss cheese. He can't fucking think straight. When Bossman Jack wants to gamble, he wants to stream himself gambling. What's the point of gambling if nobody else observes it? So Bossman Jack on his phone, on a like rehab issued phone, is able to figure out how to use Discord to stream his browser so he can still stream himself gambling in rehab when they have clamped down the internet to try and prevent him from accessing certain websites. Okay. Bossman Jack is able to stream to the internet through whatever conventional means exist in his hands, regardless of the accessibility of it. And PPP cannot figure out how to use OBS. I'm just relaying this to you. This is the reality that we live in, okay?
Wow, what am I doing, bro? Bro. Oh my gosh. Nothing changed. Oh my fucking God. Dude, damn. It's okay. Damn, son. Why'd I do that? Oh my gosh. Oh well. Wow. That's not good. Man, nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed.
Damn, dude, that's not good.
Nothing has changed. Truer words have never been spoken. This where the fuck? I'm so pissed off that the guys in the Boss Mentor did not feature the appropriate video. He's in the car with his mom. Oh, here, this is late, but this is good.
That's 120 days at the minimum, right?
He's talking about how he's sober. He's in the car with his mom. Okay. Boss mom is going to have some feedback on this conversation.
Or something like that. About 120 days. Yeah, I agree with that, Franco. I'm hoping not. Yeah. Yeah, dude. 4 months clean. I'm going to keep it going. I am. You don't think so, Mom? Oh, yeah. Oh, I am. So, I am.
He's in the car with his mom. And he's like, yep, I've been sober for a quarter of a year, and I'm going to keep that clean streak going. Just you watch, buddy boy. And then his mom laughs or something. And he's like, you don't think I'm going to stay clean? She's like, no, I don't. I don't think you're going to stay clean. Wow. The boys from Kino Chat would like me to advertise something to you guys in case you're interested. If you go to search and you go to locales and type in SIFU, you will find a thread on Alexander Smith, also known as Sefue. Sefue is apparently the name of like a Chinese martial arts instructor, and this guy actually ran his own not taekwondo. Taekwondo is like a child's thing apparently, but he ran his own like martial arts studio where he was a Sefue, a master Chinese martial artist. Unfortunately for Alexander, he's schizophrenic, and he's very badly schizophrenic. Now, this guy is not one of the prime cuts, I gotta say. I've given him a chance. I find him annoying because Sefue is like a Trump derangement syndrome, very basic bitch takes on the dumbest shit. And what he believes is that despite the fact he never ever talks about anything interesting, he is obsessed with this idea that Donald Trump and YouTube are personally fucking with him in the most obtuse way ever. You may notice that there's a bit rate thing up here. Sefue attempts to stream to YouTube at 16,000 kilobits per second, which is approximately 4 times the bandwidth that he's needing to actually stream to YouTube. As a result, his connection is extremely poor quality and often dips because YouTube is not configured to handle 16,000 kilobits per second for a single stream when it's just him playing fucking Dark Souls or Elden Ring or whatever the fuck. And that's what he does. He plays Dark Souls. Now, I don't know a lot about Dark Souls / Elden Ring, but my understanding is that he is level 350 and he just beat the game. And you can beat the game at level 120. So he's effectively maxed out. And I was told by the people that watch the stream that his build as a caster is the most bitch-made, easy street way to beat Elden Ring ever. So he's a level 350 caster that rolls around and casts and gets hit by every telegraphed attack ever. And he just runs around the map collecting shards or whatever the fuck. And it took him forever to beat the game. And when he beat the game, he very smugly condescended to people about how good he is and how he found his own tactics and stuff. And he's really, really smart and good at the game. This guy gets approximately 10 people watching his stream at any given time. He believes or pretends to believe that he gets thousands and thousands of viewers. And YouTube is deliberately fucking with him by not showing him the thousands of people watching him. He believes that he is personally paid attention to by Asmongold and like Hassan and like other really big name personalities on the site because he's just so important and influential. However, he literally never talks about anything of note ever. And all he does is complain about his bit rate, which has coined the term the bit rape. He gets bit raped constantly. They drop the bit rate deliberately to make it so he can't get out his important message, which is apparently fucking nothing. Apparently, they don't want you to know how to beat Elden Ring at level 350 of the caster. And he also, this is what very frustrates me about him, is that you can't troll him because he keeps his channel on 4-week subscriber only mode and instantly bans everybody. And the reason why is that his father is a convicted pedophile. And on his Facebook page are tons of pictures of preteen girls in his hot tub. And he was molesting them. And he was convicted of molestation and he's in jail for the rest of his life. He was sentenced to like multiple natural lives in prison for molestation. Sefue says that Nathan, his father, was set up that he was put in jail under false accusations by whores that were lying. And they were lying because they were compelled to lie by the sheriff, who was also in on the conspiracy. And I guess also fucks with his bit rape, okay? So if you bring up Nathan to him, he instantly freaks the fuck out. He accuses you of being like a Trump Putin spy or whatever the fuck. He bans you immediately, and then your 4-week aged account is expired. So here's the ways that they fuck with him, okay? They will synchronize the 10 people in Kino Casino who watch this dipshit run around in Elden Ring and farm shards for hours on end. Will synchronize liking his video and unliking his video. So 10 people will like his video, get him up to 10 likes, and then they will all unlike at the same time. And he'll go, look, I'm being bit raped. I'm being bit raped. It's just so funny how it happens, how they take my likes away. There's actually thousands of likes if you went in the chat. It just like starts sputtering and fucking rage at this. And then of course they can viewbot him because it's easy to viewbot on YouTube. So they'll bump him up to like 10,000 viewers and then immediately take it away. And he'll freak the fuck out. Like, look, it's breaking. It's breaking again. And it's just like, that's how they fuck with him. Okay. That's all they can do because he's not very interesting. And he just like sits around talking about how important he is. And it's not my cup of tea. It's not my cup of tea because he is so smug and so condescending. And there's nobody there to like tell him that he's a faggot, which is real. I want to see someone desperately call this guy a fucking faggot because he's so stuck up his own ass. He thinks he's like the most important person ever. And he's like a schizo streaming from his closet in like his mother's house or some shit. They should invade his game. He plays Elden Ring like solo, I think. I don't think it's possible to join his game. It's not like Dark Souls where you can have like hostile invaders. I think he has a way to turn I think he like plays the game isolated in single player mode or something, or on like a console, and just streams that. So there's no way whatsoever to connect to him. Because he's afraid of like, I don't know, Trump spies invading his game. He also blames the game, despite the fact that he runs the game in like an isolated offline state on a console. I think the other thing he does is that if he ever dies, he accuses the game makers of like personally joining the game and causing enemies to kill him. And he says like, this is like a conspiracy to stop me from looking good at Elden Ring. And literally, that's what he says, even though he's level 350. Okay. Play the clip. I'll play some clips.
Shifting my bitrate around, and then you're going to shift the bitrate around. The bitrate is maliciously shifting around.
I forgot. He gets maliciously bit raped. It's not just regular bit rape, it's malicious bit rape. That's very important.
They took that bitrate to absolutely nothing.
And the bitrate is only proving that.
Well, it's the bitrate. Like, look at the bitrate. That bitrate will continue to be malicious, and so they're gonna sit here and make my bitrate malicious. There's that bitrate. Wow.
Yep, you see the bitrate. You see the malicious.
Play the first clip. Okay. See, he's an actual He's an actual Sefue master of martial arts.
Donald himself, or people that sit here and work for him, are watching some of my content. He's very clearly watching me for ideas. Scammers are becoming cops to hide being scammers because they're not being held accountable for what they do! This faggot pulls in with a new fucking Porsche every time I see him. Republicans are literally terrorists. Hail Hitler! The scammer doing this, Asmongold's channel. Like, Putin has like a little gay thing. My mom's car blew up in Walmart parking lot! I think retards that are cops vote MAGA and attack people because they're retards. The stream has been very malicious with controlling the views. Did you see the emoji?
Again, this stream will not play for people. It's just too much. Again, we will file a massive lawsuit against this platform.
I had a genius IQ at one time. Did you get diddled? Oh my god, yes. Trans people and furries. The person that's recording the stream right now is a rapist.
Sefue, everybody. The new protege of the Kino chat, the dark cabal of actual content producers on the forum, have groomed this man into being their next protege now that Bossman is fat and unfortunately in rehab forever and probably going to go to jail once he fucks up again. Sefue is their next hope for a bright future, okay? Let's see. I'll play some of these. I'm having a good time, chat. I'm feeling good, feeling spry.
No, the point is that people have been telling me, and we've been documenting and recording evidence. I showed you guys, all YouTube learned how to do was slowly hide things. So they slowly figured out how to make the like button look like 0 if they want to. They slowly figured out how to make the views look like whatever the hell they want, no matter who's in here. And for the longest time, this has been causing bitrate problems, issues with my internet, issues for their servers, yet they're sitting here doing it.
My favorite instrument is the cello. I don't know why. I love hearing the cello. It's like big and round and moody, just like me, chat. That wow, wow, wow.
Trending for that, and I am entitled to it. So again, that's what a lot of the defamation lawsuit will be based on. This person has been impacting my trending for the purposes of saying it on their own stream, taking the idea, the concept of the trending, and all while detrending it for me, so that way nobody hears me say it, but then they're gonna say it.
But this is what kills me. It's like you never say anything interesting. What is Asmongold mining your streams for? How to suck ass at Elden Ring?
Look, the Mimic's just running at me. What is the Mimic doing? I actually do have really good dodges. What the fuck is the Mimic doing? The Mimic is endlessly running at me. The Mimic is just endlessly fucking running. So remember when the bitrate was moving around earlier? There's a real good chance they were, you know, screwing around, causing a problem. And now kind of none of it's happening, as I pointed out, and it was sort of becoming obvious. Somebody's clearly messing with the chances of those attacks happening. I can't time those attacks or learn the fight, when immediately it's just boom, 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 boom. What a fucking piece of garbage. What a piece of garbage! No, literally, somebody is actively using AI to fuck with the game right now. Like, you don't understand? Are you blind? Are you fucking stupid? Like again, the bitrate was shifting around maliciously. Somebody is fucking with the game. Like, that's the point. Windows 11 is trash. Is this bad?
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, here's him sucking at dodging, apparently.
Well, that was quick.
I'm of the opinion now, by the way, that Elden Ring exists to incapacitate people who might otherwise be violent against the government. I think people like Sefue get like one shot by Elden Ring, and then they're like permanently trapped in like an Elden Ring labyrinth where they, instead of like protesting the government with their grievances, they just play Elden Ring and complain about the bitrate.
You can target.
I said that about Dota 2. It's also true. That's also very true.
This is where it...
That's like the most telegraphed attack in the entire world. Look at this. He's like, okay, I'm flying up now. Here I am. I'm floating above the ground. Oh, I'm jumping. I'm going to jump on you. Look, I'm on the level for a second. I'm hovering. Oh, here I come. Oh, I got you. I got you, Sefue. You got maliciously bit raped again. Look at the latest clips. Okay. Let's see the latest clips, chat.
I promise you, if I knew where somebody was, I would be at that place, tearing that fucking place down while on the phone with the authorities. I promise you.
Oh, okay. So you might be thinking, I wonder. You said that his chat's locked down and nobody's into asking him questions. So why is he answering a question about what he would have done if he had known about Epstein Island? The answer is, and I don't know why he does this. He continuously has a one-on-one conversation with what you might think is chat, but he's just talking to himself. There is no Discord. There's no YouTube chat. There's no Rumble. There's no Kick. He just answers questions as if they were in chat, but nobody's talking to him because nobody watches his streams. Literally nobody. It's like 10 viewers. This is going to be like a Boss Man Jack thing where this guy has 1,000 viewers because of me talking about him. But right now, literally nobody watches him. Nobody talks to him. But he will continually respond to something. And I don't know if he's literally just insane and is responding to figments of his imagination, or if he is naturally holding a conversation with himself to fill dead air because he knows he's supposed to do that, and to pretend that there is a chat that nobody can see. This is the alternate theory. Either option A, he's just completely insane and is talking to himself, or option B, he's pretending to talk to a chat that doesn't exist because he hopes to convince the people who are watching that he has this big, huge chat only he can see, and that they think, oh no, YouTube really is fucking with him. I don't know which is true.
Physically be there. And I'd physically not allow that. I would physically get involved. I would physically rip that building apart wherever this was. I would rip it apart.
Okay, and then Sefue on North Korean faggots.
So this is what's happening. These faggots that are faggots and they're stupid and they're very little education.
Okay, I got it. This is the hot takes that Asmongold is mining. He's taking notes. North Koreans, stupid, faggots, uneducated. Ah, yes, I see.
They're fighting a war that they don't know anything about. They're just told to fight it, and they're all angry faggots. And they
Angry
probably
faggots,
are
yeah.
too. Yeah, they probably are. They're probably very angry faggots. That's the point. Another light comes on.
Ah, light.
There it is.
There it is. There's the light. Sefue dyed his hair blonde. I was wondering why his hair was different.
Now, if you'll direct your attention to the likes, the retards that had their likes on there specifically to take them off have removed them. So if you'll direct your attention to the likes, where it was at a certain number, they have just removed all of their likes. For purposes of, detrending, just de-escalating.
Oh, that's right. He thinks that the people who are bit raping him with the likes are doing it because when they retract their likes, he thinks that in the algorithm, it takes them off the trending page. So he thinks that in a fair, equitable world, he would be front page on YouTube. Like Joe Blow opens youtube.com and it's like this Sefue Elden Ring stream, and he'd have 16,000 viewers getting showered in cash. And it's like, oh my God, you're so good at casting spells against the boss in Elden Ring's level 350. And he'd be like, yes, I know. I'm a martial arts expert, actually. And if I was on Epstein Island, I would be tearing it apart board by board with my bare hands while on the phone with the FBI to let them know. That's what his mind's eye is. Like, that's how he sees this stream.
Tricking the system. Things like that. Bunch of retards. They are retarded, too. Like, they are literally stupid.
Okay. There you go. That's Sefue. This seems like your cup of tea. It's in the locales board. It's brand new. It's the new protege of the Kino chat. of course. They for your consideration, the new debutant to replace Bossman. There you go. All right, back to the cheese chat. So the update on the cheese wheel. Okay, this is very important. Update. My girlfriend left me over the 21-year-old cheese wheel. Now my landlord is trying to evict me for commercial activity. Am I overreacting? Photos and comments that I can't add to the post. I have taken some of your feedback into consideration from my last post. For those curious, my girlfriend is no longer in the picture. She cracked due to low risk tolerance, so I've decided to go all in on the business. I've initially tried to return the wheel to the distributor to recoup some of the capital, thinking they'd have some pity. They were actually considering it until it came out and looked in my truck. Apparently, the minor heat damage I caused to the paraffin wax while trying to open the last week compromised the wheel, which was already non-refundable in the first place. Since I am now stuck with a 140-pound, $30,000 asset, I had to pivot to asset protection and keep what I still have. I then went out and bought a true TBB 2HC 59-inch solid door back bar cooler, a professional digital temperature humidity controller, an industrial humidifier, a vacuum sealer, and ripening mats. The total cost was about $8,500 after taxes. Expensive, yes, but I wasn't going to let a $30,000 investment depreciate in value. The delivery was difficult. My apartment door is narrow, so I had to take the door completely off the hinges and shimmy the cooler into the living room. I had maybe a millimeter of clearance between the frame and the unit. He continues, I was exhausted and excited, so I started researching installation on my phone before putting my front door back on. That's when my landlord walked in. Apparently, he believes my door being off the hinges somehow removes my reasonable right to privacy. We already had a strained relationship because of my own use of the unit. He still holds a grudge because I was doing some light metal fabrication with a consumer plasma cutter in my kitchen a few months ago. He saw the cooler, the vacuum sealer, and the wheel of heritage cheese and started crying about commercial operations and fire hazards. I told him very clearly the cheese is for my personal consumption. There is nothing in my lease that limits how much dairy a tenant can own. The next morning, I found an eviction notice in my mailbox. It's riddled with spelling errors as if written in a haste. I'm preparing my defense for the landlord-tenant board. Am I overreacting? I'm being evicted over dietary preferences as far as the landlord is concerned, and I feel like this is an unlawful action. Also, please bear in mind that I have sold 0 cheese, so I feel like this is a premature action. Thank you. Okay, so this is obviously now a joke. This is very funny. This is very well written. It's a good bait. However, he tipped his hand. A plasma cutter, even a consumer plasma cutter, is going to require a 250 volt 30 amp plug. You're not going to get that in a kitchen. There's no way that he has a 250 30 amp in his kitchen. Ask me how I know. It's very hard to get a Nemo plug installed in your house or your trailer if you want to do a little bit of computer work. Okay, that's not true. That's not true. You think that you can get a plasma cutter on a 125? I have a plasma cutter that runs really 15 amp. Are you shitting me? Hypertherm plasma cutters on like a standard, bro. They out there selling prosumer plasma cutters that run on standard circuits. I can't even believe it. Okay, maybe it is real. Maybe it is real. Man, I'm a fucking retard, chat. What do I know? Okay. Your stove is 240? That's true. Was he... If you have an electric stove, it couldn't be a 240. That's true. That's right. He might have unplugged the stove to plug in his plasma for a little bit of light fabrication, chat. This guy's a fucking go-getter. His girlfriend's missing out. When this guy's rich from his cheese and plasma cutting venture... she's gonna be sorry. She's gonna be hitting him up on Instagram years later, like, "Hey, I was just thinking about you, bro." It's like, "Sorry, babe. I'm a multimillionaire now. I made a fun little metal distribution system for aged cheese, and it's a big hit. And now I'm a millionaire. And sorry, should have held on to what you had and believed in me, but that's how it is. All right. I'm dying. I need to end this stream. Let us proceed to the super chat segment. Thank you very much for listening. Remember not to fuck up your whole life for pussy, because it ain't worth it. That was when I had sex for the first time, it was just kind of like, this is what people obsess over, is it? Just remember that. If you're like an angsty incel, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. It's not worth fucking your whole life up to chase some BPD girls, okay? Juice lies about plasma cutters. Remember that. Fuck you. Fuck your plasma cutter, buddy. All right, next. Wait, it's a super chat segment, chat. Kurt Eichenwald, anime masturbator for 845, says, glorious Kiwi Emperor, buck status broken, table status felted, turkey status massive, women not even once. You heard him here first, boys. Don't ever do it. Never, ever, woman. Well, thank you. Winter Soldier for a penny. Why do I have this? Why is this what did I do to my overlay to get pennies put into my fucking overlay? Thank you. Dork Weston for 5 says, man, oh no, it actually shows up on the screen. Oh no, I have to fix that. Man-made horrors beyond comprehension. The intro. Also, happy pizza day. You deserve it. Thank you. Thank you. I do truly fucking deserve some pizza. Hamburger for one says, B-jams. Thank you. Bussy Buffet for 13 says, your rant here. I think my eye hurts. My left fucking eyeball hurts. Can that suffice as a rant? Thank you. Long ring Longland for 10 says, what kind of AI coder are you? Do you copy paste into a website, or do you have an AI based IDE, something else? Also, your XMR chat link does not work. It should work. It works for everybody else. I use all three. I do use the website for big projects. I use the terminal for a bunch of stuff, and I use the IDE as well. I use the IDE when it's multiple projects slammed together, because it can cross the workspace threshold better. Thank you. Kakiku3257 for 20 says, happy birthday, neighbor. It's not my birthday. It's the forum's birthday 3 days ago. Thank you very much. Fatty Caddy for 1 says, Tom can be sexually violent and the women can be crazy. These truths are not mutually exclusive. Tell me about it. Porklack for 1 says, Turkey Tom is Eskimo Bros with Kiwi Farms user Fat Rat on the grass as of last night via Left 4 Dead. Good to know. Thank you. Super Empty Hero for 13 says, here's a 13 more years of Brit Bong crying every day about his Kiwi Farm stuff. That guy is such a fucking loser. If you even acknowledge him, he's like remotivated it's like a wind-up toy where you wind him up one time and he's going for like the next 10 fucking years. I don't know how that guy manages to get out of bed. I would be too demotivated to exist at that point. Thank you. Red Eyes Black Dragon for 5 says, I still can't believe you were once best friends with Gray Alien Kid from Area 51. What a weirdo. That's an old story. I think I've only told that a couple times. Yeah, I was. Bunker Housing for 5 says, hello, Josh and chat. Hello, Bunker Housing. Neighbor 2623 for 5 says, what's the over-under on Josh talks about Phase Canucks implosion? Pretty high, apparently. Thank you. Euclid Sneed for $50 says, I'm at work now feeding wallabies and bandicoots. Have one Kayla nude unit. Wow. It's a very stable investment. Thank you very much. Josh for 3186 says, Kiwi Farms link. Oh boy, let's check it out.
No one believes me that my life doesn't make any sense right now, but this is the way back to my hotel room, and it doesn't make any sense. I now have to leave my hotel room because of a flood. This is very weird. But what's going on here, okay? It's very bizarre. So there's some water moving here. Okay, cool. Won't walk in that. My feet are wet. And then we got some flooding, I guess. Okay, it's falling on me. But what even is going on, right? There's a thing, okay? At least I can like take a seat and actually rest. But then I have some what? Some Diet Dr. Pepper?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Gordon What's Wonder for 20 says, sorry I don't donate enough. I believe everything you're working towards important, even a little gossip form. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm trying my best here, okay? Trying my best. Waifus aren't real for 10 says, punish Stansel are coming. As he finally realized that he's going to get punched in the face by his allies now. Austrian painter calling to Will Stansel after he got his ass beat by Antifa. Okay, very cool. Thank you. Ace of Sneeds for 5 says, Ralph Amell never apologizes, Josh. It's very true. Very true. Thank you. Gator H1411 says for 2, hi, Jersh, would you ever do a radio interview? Probably not. I don't know. I don't really have anything to talk about. It's kind of the issue. Thank you. Mamatiki for 2 says, a whammon being a whammon, you live and you learn, King. So true, King. So true. Never trust them. Sneedberg Stein Goldman for 10 says, his dick is the vigorous thing ever. Yeah, kind of is. Thank you. MA Extremist for 5 says, I'd like to apologize for offending you last stream during the Super Chat segment. I know we'll never see eye to eye regarding VTubers, but that was no excuse for me to use distasteful verbiage. Thank you. John Nutt for 5 says, just admit you want to ruin him because you didn't like him. Your bitter attitude towards him shows how much you wanted this to ruin him. As I said, I think I'm one of the only people that liked Turkey Tom on the forum before this. But now he's got the BWC, so everyone's like, oh yeah, my boy's got the BWC, boy. David S877 for 25 says, e-girls not even once. Now that is so true, King. Thank you. Ballistic Characteristic for $50 says, lately at work I have always have too much to do to listen live, so I appreciate how quickly the VODs are up. Have a great weekend. Thank you very much. I'll try to get this one up fast too. Hawaiian Zen for $50 says, Jersh was ready. Ready for what? Ready for the stream? I did prepare a little bit. I felt like I had to prepare a little bit. Thank you very much. The Goose for 2 says, Josh, I'm mad and disappointed that you basically took the side of those 2 girls. As an apology to me specifically, you have to eat the Cheez-It 3 cheese frozen pizza far better than any Euro cheese. I don't, man. Don't talk about it. I'm like weak. I haven't eaten. Okay. I had like an egg for breakfast. Now I'm like getting lightheaded. Okay. I need to like eat. I might eat pizza. I did not take their side, by the way. Unkind Naysayer for 2 says, glad to hear KF hosting the Epstein files. My condolences for your upcoming suicide. It's tragic, but I had it coming. Gormless Wonder for 10 says, amazing clue, deep cut. Thank you. It's one of my favorite movie soundtracks. Ginjada 1900 for 10 says, I heard that Sagittarius Shoddy was visiting Florida. Would you care to comment on your recent whereabouts? If you say the dinosaur cave, we will understand without you saying it directly. That is all. I have never, and I would never even consider for even a fucking nanosecond going within like smelling distance of Sagittarius Shoddy. Okay, don't even do me like that. Dino for 2 says, Suffa VTuber and Turkey Tom Destiny fans. Suffa. Barely Bearable Bard for 5 says, Josh, I'm almost done with a useless degree and I'm scared of my local job prospects. So I use something like Free Code Camp and Learn to Code. Can't hurt. Yeah, I can teach you to code now. You don't have to go to no fucking camp. It really doesn't hurt to know how the computers work, bro. Unadvised for $20 says, the cheese fact of the week. Cheese is mentioned in 2 books of New King James Bible, in the book of Samuel, and the book of Job. A reading from Job 10:10. Did you not pour me out like milk and curdle me like cheese? Fascinating. Thank you very much for your biblical cheese story. Gypsy Harlow for 10 says, I am once again showing My Secret Garden, a nonfiction book about interviews of women's frankly kinkle fantasies from the 70s between ages of 20 to 60. Lays out humans just do this. I got bad news. I mean, fetishes exist, but like people are just wrong about fetishes. First of all, I've watched the fucking Handmaid's Tale. I watched season 1. Anyone who thinks that the Handmaid's Tale is a fetish is retarded. That show is a nonstop series of psychological tortures. Nobody is getting off to that shit. It exists as like propaganda against religion, but it does not exist as a fetish for fucking anybody. As far as like rape fantasies, it's about like a guy being like obsessed with a woman, but that woman has to already be into him. Like that's the point. It's like the vampire obsession. Like I'll do anything for you, boring plain Jane girl with the magic smelly blood that smells so good. You're just like so special to me. I'm like so obsessed with you, bro. It's like I can't even contain myself. Like your blood just smells so fucking good that I just want to suck it right now. But like I just love you so much. I can't hurt you like that. Like that's the fantasy. It's not being raped by fucking Ethan Ralph in the face. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of like what's happening. Deliberately misunderstanding it so that you can justify being a cocksucker. TB Deluxe for 5 says the Tom shit damaged your streak cred, but recommending those ginger shots last stream killed it. Tried one and it gave me the shits. I'm suing you for medical malpractice. They work for me, bud. Sucks to be you. Maybe you got a shitty one. Thank you. Bean Wienerstein for 1 says Kiwi Farms dating app win on the way out the fucking door, I guess. Don't take my kidneys for 5 says stalker child enjoy pizza, bro. I would fucking kill for pizza right now. I have no idea. Pancake Luchador for 5 says have a good one, Josh. Thank you. You too. Defias Pillager for 1 says New York Post Olive Garden cook commits suicide in most gruesome way. Kitchen cops. Number 15, Olive Garden cook kills himself in the most gruesome way. Dunked his own head into a searing pot of... That's fucking brutal. I don't want to hear about that. About True Video 1 for 20 says, could you play Kaya Dungeon real quick, please? I don't have it on me. I'm sorry. I really don't. I would if I could. Apologies. Maybe if someone can post it in the Math the Internet thread. Barella Furman for 1 says nothing. Thank you, Barella Furman. I appreciate it. Mizo Sal Pinks for 5 says Schmorky was what brought me to the forum. A weekly YouTuber and streamer lolcows can't compare. Also, I set up bill pay after last stream. I don't know why people think it's complicated. It's just a high friction action to get people to go to their bank and set it up. It's just a pain in the ass. Monster in Umbra for 5 says, what the fuck is this shit, lol? It's Tranny Mickey. Ha 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 ha. Oh yeah, the Schmorky clip. One of the best clips ever produced ever. Coliadante for 20 says, people always said Mandy was crazy, but have we considered that this is just a rational response to living with Lowtax and Schmorky? That's what I've always said. You'd be buck-broken too if you were like chained to a sexless gender blob that refused to fuck you and just like would squeak at you. I'd lose my shit too. Thank you. Jefferino for 5 says, gee, I wonder why God has abandoned us for so many reasons. This and many more. Brett's Leggiest Privateer for $50 says something. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Sneedo for 1 says, didn't gun laws in New Zealand go from not so strict to very strict and ban semi-autos for civilians after the Christchurch shooting happened? Dude, New Zealand's a shithole. Anzac is like the worst fucking place to live in the entire world now. Please be in London for 5 says, do you mind spoon fitting me exactly where felted comes from? I have no idea why having felt applied to you has the implication which it does today. Yes. Thousands of years ago, PPP, who is a man who enjoys gambling, started using one of his favorite jargon terms in his life as a man who enjoys the casino. When you would go to a casino and you would bet, you would put your chips down and the cards would play out as they do. It sometimes happens that you will look down and you will try to grab your chips. Imagine you lost your bet. Okay, I'm going to throw another 20 on my next hand of blackjack. And you reach down to grab your chips, where they would be directly below you out of sight. And you realize there are no chips. You clutch at the table and you feel no chips, only felt. The felt of the betting table. You are felted. You have no chips left. You have been left with only the felt on your fingers. That is what it means to be felted. At some point, PPP started using this term to describe people who have been epically owned on the internet. They have no chips left to be felted. And it is such a good term, and it has no conflicting meanings. It's just stuck around. He uses it quite often, so it's become the expression "felted" is so identitarian to PPP's like entire internet persona. It's like the reason why it's called the Kino Casino is based off that term. Anime Extremist for 2 says, have you ever listened to that band I recommended, Black Magic SS? I have to rejoin the forum to post it in the music thread as I'm locked out of my account. No, I'm not banned. BMSS, I have not. Sorry, I have not. I apologize. Vodka Blood 0 for 2 says, enjoy your favorite month celebrating your favorite people, Josh. I will. I will have so much fun. Thank you. My hamster is a turf for 5 says, Kurt Metzger gave a huge shout out to Kiwi Farms on his pod last week. He says you don't realize the extent of how truly important your site is. Last place on the uppercase I internet to find uncensored truth. I mean, apparently a lot of guys joined last couple of days to post on the Epstein thread. So I think Metzger is one of those people who really likes articles and happenings. But I mean, hey, digging through Epstein files and finding funny emails and stuff like that's what I want, man. That's like the kind of stuff I like to see more of on the forum. That's the whole point of that kind of thing. Not just like yelling about Jews in the fucking A&H board. Thank you. Prairie Dog for 2 says, in Tarantino voice, I don't know how to talk like Tarantino. Hey, Josh, when you watched The Daily Show, did you see a sign that said dead neighbor storage? So what happened with Trevor Noah? Did he get out? Did he escape? Omega Step for 1 says, you may want to start using VM to run AI if this guy is saying is correct. Well, I'm not playing this on stream, but I'm sure they monitor everything on your computer if that's what you're concerned about. So Mulligan 2 for 1 says, do you think that Jazz Jennings' mom knew that his surgeon was also Epstein's personal surgeon? Yes, probably. I don't know. That entire family's fucked up. I wouldn't put it past them. Sandy for 1 says, who had a better hospital selfie, Fstarr or Ralph? And this is going to be the picture of Ralph with the fucked up eye patch. What? Oh, that's the last video. Sorry, I didn't copy it right. I need a way to like click links. Oh god, I forgot how bad that first picture was. Probably Ralph, to be quite honest with you. Pirate Mike for 10 says, in the real world, you can't disable gun mods to stop block on block crime. It's true. They tried to do something about the gun mods, but it doesn't work. Thank you. Snito for 1 says, speaking of Quebec, PPP really hates Quebec. Also, when are you going to go to Ontario and meet up with a fat man and his cohort? I can never go to Canada ever because of Kefballs, bro. Snito Standing for 1 says, why does the Solas use the demon gay owl magic to fix Styx's tooth? Because he wants Styx to suffer because he's a faggot. Hamster for 5 says, I hate coffee, but my girlfriend loves it, so I bought her some Cafe Bustelo this week since I remember you saying it was great. She loves it, so thank you for the recommendation. You're welcome. Finally, my recommendations. I tell people about the ginger shot and I get shit for it. I tell people about the Cafe Bustelo. They love it. It's a mixed bag. Wow, it's Daisy473 for 2 says, can you show the hamster collection? Sometimes I do the entire roster of hamsters for a song if I feel like it. But no, I will not do it right now. Cleodante for 20 says, nice try, Josh. We know you're funded by the Walton family to destroy Stebbins. I'm sending the super chat from a Walmart checkout terminal right now. I am going to eventually figure out a way to let people donate to the forum through Walmart. I guarantee you, if I actually rattled enough cages, I would be able to figure out how to use the Walmart Money Center to get $20 money orders from Walmart directly. And it would be really fast. I don't know why they haven't done this. That seems like a great thing. Like a Walmart bank system where you can like have people send you money at Walmart. There's Walmart's fucking everywhere. It's a great idea. I should email the Waltons about it. Sage for 2134 says Sage. Thank you, Sage. I appreciate it. Katad for 10 says best AI juice. Then there is a video. Let's see what it is. Well, if I pass out, I apologize. I feel like I'm about to faint.
Yeah. Motherfucker. What's up, nigga? Gangsta rap, nigga. 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 I'm 100% nigga.
Nigga. I'm 200% nigga.
I'm bad.
Nigga. Why do police hate niggas?
Nigga. The haters just like dicks is bigger.
Nigga.
It's pretty good, except you just can't capture my voice. It doesn't work. Thank you. Sandy for 1 says he's friends with Jack Murphy and Ricada. I'm supposed to be shocked that he's a fag. No, you're not, actually. Matter of fact, you're not. Hawaiian Zen for 10 says Elijah's been fired from multiple con ink jobs for being a pervert. The Rift or Grift TV was supposed to be like the Groy perversion of the Daily Wire. Wow, that's a fucking pitch right there. Thank you. Quality Dante for 10 says Milo is an expert in blackmail. By comparison, Turkey Tom is a relative amateur in handling blackmail. Tom's blackmail folder was small and he was hesitant to use his blackmail. You should talk to Milo. He should spill his guts to Milo Yiannopoulos about his situation so Milo can give him some tips. Not tits. Maybe they can do that too. Thank you. John Vent sent $1. Thank you. Foxes for 10 says, you're a funny guy, Josh. And then there's a YouTube link. Oh boy. Let's see what this is. It's like the scout from TF2.
I'm funny. A funny human being. A funny song. A funny picture. A funny day.
What's
a funny
interesting about
movie.
psychopaths is that they're just like us. They eat, they talk, they make friends, they sleep, walk, read, swim.
A funny dog. A funny fact. Knock knock. Who's there? A funny joke. A funny show. A funny feeling. A funny tragedy.
Okay, I get it. It's like a creepypasta. Thank you. Enough of that. Bothering me. Logistical Nightmare for 20 says, oh boy, another delightful episode of my favorite show on the uppercase I internet. Have a great weekend, Josh. Thank you. I shall. I appreciate it. Asus Needs for 5 says, if Elijah wanted a beer, he could have returned the favor on Ralph. The smell would have probably given him away, though. I don't even know what that means. Thank you. TTD Real for $20 says, shout out to all my Crab Shack friends. Woo, woo, woo. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Shout out Crab Shack. Peen Wienerstein for 1 says, Confucius say an ugly wife is a treasure in the home. Confucius never met Pearl Davis. Very thankful for him. Bean the Bunny for 5 says, for the Cheese of the Month Club, McKim has a nice video in which he explains how the internet works. Okay, I do have a cheese thing coming up, I promise. Brana Woo Hyper Bimbo for 20 says, you could use peptide English. Sorry, I don't know what the fuck that means.
She's a firecracker. She's a firecracker, yeah.
Knee hurty, ouch, ouch me, knee hurty sent, $10 new song.
You're out of your fucking... Please, God.
Peptide English, please. Peptide English,
I don't know what peptide English is.
This can't be.
VIP likes, welcome to all of you.
Ah! Oh, wait. Holy shit. So, this is unrelated. I went to go search something, and usually the way that I wanted to search peptide English, so like a Neanderthal, I typed in Goog into my search, which defaults to Bing. And they've changed this recently. They used to show, like, if you tried to search Google, it would just take you to, like, their search page so that you would think that you're, like, on Google or whatever. They recently changed this so that when you type in Goog, it actually puts the search with, like, a Google-looking thing, like, in the middle with, like, their colors, but it doesn't say Google. So that you think, oh, I'm on Google, because it's like centered on the front, like the center of the page. It looks just like it if you just like blink and miss it. So they're like tricking you. You type in Google on Bing, you get like a fake Google page. So that it's like, yes, you are on the Google, He's like, I don't know what a peptide English is. Thank you. Hummel Guardsman provides those technology connections, confessing he craves African gentleman more than air was not on my bingo card for this year. I don't know what the fuck's going on with him. I heard that there's some drama where he's completely lost his mind, but I have not gotten into that yet. Thank you. Baldo Pagans for 5 says, congratulations on your site finally being too old for Vito and Valsh. Yes, many people made the exact same fucking joke in that thread. The entire thread is just that fucking joke over and over again. Thank you. 500 for 10 for 1484 says, gave $15 and received Kiwi Gold for eternity. Thanks for the kick subs. Thank you. Borglack for 1 says, I'm supposed to be cleaning my house and listening to Maddie on full blast, but my boss keeps calling me on my day off baby rapers. I know, bro. Sucks to have a job. Tell me about it, bro. My boss gets on my ass, bro. Fucking says, oh, you gotta fucking apologize, Turkey Tom, because other people lied. All right, that's not my fucking fault. Koi Dante pretends says, you let some fucking Sefue who's been bit ripped just walk up and cast a spell on you. He's never cast any spell on me. I'm unspelled. Please unban me. It says, please unban me. Hans Asperger for 150 says, yeah. Crispy Legs pretends says, happy Friday. Thank you very much. Happy Friday to you too. About Tree Video 1 for 5 says, his name was Robert Paulson. It's true. I've heard that's true. Thank you. Not even numerals for 5 says, nice show. Is this working now? Yes, it is. Thank you. Purrs for 10 says, may I be unbanned on KF? Please, sir. User Purrs. Thank you for your consideration. I'm not logged into my admin account, so I can't do anything if I wanted to. I don't know. You might suck. You might be like a terrible person. Why would I? I don't know. I can't make that judgment. Sneedo for 10 says, average Minnesota resident, and then there's a Twitter link. Okay, let's see.
Went there to record because there's Nazis in our city, and if there's Nazis in our
I can do what I want.
I'm going to be there to watch them.
What do you do?
The mayor, we've seen
I don't care.
how he's talked about
You take it easy.
this issue.
You guys see this?
We need to
The
make sure
aggression?
that we're standing up for each other.
You came over threatening
we
me.
need to take care.
Trannies are so fucking ugly, bro. How do you walk around like that and not just fucking hang yourself? I guess they don't, huh? Bunker Housing for 5 says, she revenge too close to the sun and lost all revenge. That happens to the best of us sometimes. The Ghost of Lowtax for 1 says, Josh, it's Black History Month. Where's the Lipstick Alley segment? Next stream, I promise. I forgot. I'm about to pass out, so I have to finish up. Ratnoid for 5 says, I really appreciate the work you've done not only to keep the form up, but to entertain us. I hope to see more Kiwi Casino. HH, brother. Yeah, Hulk Hogan, brother. I have a thing planned with PPP on Valentine's Day. Oh, it's actually a really good idea. So it'll probably be a lot of fun. Okay. Dios Mio La Creatura for 2 says, marry young, marry a girl with the same religion, a good relation. Marry a girl, virgin, make sure she's not a social media addict. It's literally that easy. Atheist plus 30 have shit odds. Good advice, bro. Haramburger for 2 says, your rant here, the rant will stick for 3 minutes. By continuing, you acknowledge and agree that the Rumble T&C and privacy policy apply. Buy and send. Thank you. Very inspiring. John Doe Darius for 5 says, 9 out of 10 stream, great fucking stream. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Anime Extremist for 20 says, for atonement, play timestamp to 2/17/15? Anti-feminism editions?
VTuber Nationalist says, Devin, can you please tell my friend Carl that I love him as my white brother in arms, but he needs to stop acting like a nigger and his hatred of VTubers. VTubing is Aryan as fuck, and he and the rest of the people in Discord need to get the memo.
Dude, the way that Blackpill is just like choking on these words, trying to read this fucking bullshit is just so like super chats as a mechanism exist only so that like weirdos can make their favorite streamers say the most degenerate shit possible. Under the guise that's a quote. Yeah, VTuber, this Blackpill would take a chainsaw and decapitate Jelly Hiroyuki Nishimura. Okay, let's be honest.
Thanks. Well, I don't know much about VTubing. But if my understanding of it is, if it's you, I don't know. I really don't know. But if it's what I think it is, if it's you pretending to be an anime girl on the internet, it's not based as fuck. All right. Like, it's digital transsexualism. That's what that is. Now, I don't know that's what you're doing. I don't know that's what you're doing.
I don't know what this background is, by the way, but I absolutely do not co-sign this in any way, shape, or form, and I don't know why this is on my screen.
Or what it is 100%, because I'm not, like I said, I'm not hip to all this stuff. But if that's what it is, it is not based. And you should know better. You should know better. So hopefully that's a joke. Hopefully that's a joke. If it's not, you got to think long and hard about your life. Because aren't you also the one that said that you used to fall for the Groiper stuff? Maybe that's why. Maybe we need to think about, hold on. What am I What am I doing here? What am I doing with my life here? Maybe I need to have some values. Maybe I should stop prioritizing dopamine. All right, then we're gonna go.
Okay, very base. Baldo Pagans for 5 says we need more locale X's posting in their threads. It's been some of the best content in recent memory. More interviews with crazy BPD E4s. More. We need more. I'm telling you, bro. You just have to trust. Trust the plan. I have a 10,000-year plan, okay? Thank you. Half-Life 3 release notes for 172 says Alex Vance is revealed to be Gordon Freeman's biological sister. Why is she brown? Markiplier Sex Slave for 10 says knowing how computers work will be the downfall of humanity. What, because of the demonic sigils that we use to keep them running, bro? The Orange Cow for 10 says, Josh, in regards to women and fucked up fetishes, I have a serious question. Have you heard of AO3? There are thousands of hyper fucked up trauma fics out there that have 1 billion views each. The thing is that when you read these things, you're reading them through like a male lens, which is different from how women read it. Like, don't get me wrong, there's like crazy bitches out there, but what you take away from something like The Handmaid's Tale is going to be different than what a woman takes away from The Handmaid's Tale. When you watch The Handmaid's Tale, you might think, wow, this is like really rape fetishy. Maybe they really like rape. When a woman watches it, she's like, maybe I should get my uterus removed and move out of the country to Canada. Like, it's a completely different experience. And that's the issue, is that men and women are very different, right? That's why we don't like the tranny stuff, is because men and women are not the same. And a man cannot become a woman. If you could take a male brain and put it in a female body, it would still just be a man in a woman's body. It wouldn't really be a complete female, because it's not that simple. It's a combination of biological reality and lived experience. You cannot replace what it is like to grow up as a little girl into a woman with just changing things cosmetically. So my point is that women and men experience things very differently. And what is very bizarre, like a Minotaur breeding barn, is like a silly joke to women and not actually something that they're masturbating to, because women don't masturbate to pornography the same way that men do. Jihad Joe for 20 says, Jersh, I sent you a message on Twitter X. I'm savage ranting on the farms. I might have gotten a block from you on the forums. I hope you can see it in your heart to unblock me. LOL. PSL. I don't respond to every Twitter DM I get, bro. I remember some guy saying that I'm blocked or whatever the fuck. But it's like, I just don't respond to everybody on Twitter. Bunker Housing for 5 says, Candace Owen can generate some good milk to milk. Have not heard anything about her lately. Dude, I tuned into Candace Owens to get data for my chat overlay. She is like the dumbest bitch I've ever heard. Her setup is so professional. It's so tasteful. She got the little signature in the corner. Like, the color temperature on her camera is great. It just looks great. Her streams look great. And I'm sitting there and there's like 30,000 people watching. I'm like, okay, this is like a professional setup. And then she opens her mouth and it's like, woo, 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 woo. It's like, what? What are you doing? Why are you, like, it's just like nonsense, like retard fucking nonsense spewing from her mouth about how Erica Kirk is trying to get her assassinated by Mossad. I'm like, are you fucking retarded? What the fuck is this shit? It's like actual, like brain damage content, like on the most professional stage I've ever seen. Octavia Sales Rep for 20 says, no comment, only cash. The best kind of super chat. Thank you very much. Verdier for 5 says, say $5 for Dear Vor. I did. Thank you. Hamster for 2 says, have you been hit by any of those frozen falling iguanas yet? No? Thank you. Zogcog Feed Sneed for 10 says, Josh is so pussy whipped, it's unreal. Handmaids is porn retard. If you're actually this naive about women, they will literally walk over you, brother. How are you taking these horrors seriously now? Have you watched it? It's like legit like a horror show. I don't know how anyone could watch that and be like, dude, this is like, dude, they want to be like raped. They want to be like concubined in like this weird sexless relationship where they have to like stare at another woman's face awkwardly while a guy they don't know is like raping them. It's like their secret fetish. Like, you think that you're actually a fucking retard and you deserve to be unhappy. I don't know. I guess that's like mean to say, but there are guys where it's like, you say shit and I'm like, you're meant to be weeded out. You're like actually inferior to me. And I don't feel bad for you for being miserable because you're actually a degenerate freak, retard, scum of the earth. And if you can't figure this shit out, you just don't deserve to be happy because you suck. Brianna Wu, Hyper Bimbo for 5 says, no one does blackmail quite like Milo. That's what I said, bro. Come on, you're just stealing quotes from me now. Varello Furman for 2 says, do you think another allegation interview took place on the future, you'd voice the same skepticism, or do you think it's best just stick to letting accusers talk? I mean, the thing is I had no reason to doubt anything that she said. When Logan Day spoke, if you listen to the Logan Day interview, the Logan Day interview was much more hostile because Logan Day was just with a very obvious line of questioning was able to fall apart. She did not handle well when I asked her questions. I couldn't get like what I did is I went through the timeline. I stuck to a chronological timeline and I pressed her on certain things to see if she was consistent with her story. That's the only thing I could do. And she answered the questions. And in fact, the line of questioning that I did was so thorough that Turkey Tom used it repeatedly in his own video to defend himself. So I was poking holes in a story that he could later use to help him refute what she was saying, which is about all you can ask from an interviewer. It's not my fault that she was able to hold a story together. It's not my fault that Turkey Tom apparently did her so bad that she lost her fucking mind and wanted to try and ruin him. But I did my due diligence in proving that she was in a relationship with him, had been at his house, had pictures of her there, like they both did. I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to do. What am I supposed to say? Like, you're lying. You're lying to me. When you say when you're on the verge of tears, talking about being violently sexually, having your cervix pounded until you bleed, I think you're full of shit, lady. Like, there's no purpose to that. There's no inkling that I have to say that. And the times, in my credit, again, when she said certain things, I said, why didn't you go to the police? Why didn't you break it up then? Why did you stay with this guy? And there was a moment, if you remember, where I asked that, and she just said, he had big muscles, which I just laughed at. It's like, okay, what the fuck kind of response is that? So I still maintain I did the absolute best fucking job I could have. I had no reason to doubt them. And I asked questions that were thorough enough and professional enough that Turkey Tom could use them in his own defense. So I'm not sure why I'm expected by anybody to take any blame for anything. It's not my fault that his ex wanted to accuse him of fucking her until she bled. It's not my fault. You can blame her, you can blame him, but you can't blame me. Hamster for 5, this is the last one, says, since you sound confused about the iguanas, frozen iguanas falling Florida fleas. Oh, there are iguanas in Florida that are like falling off of trees because they're frozen to death. That's kind of fucking brutal. I can't open National Geographic because I'm using a VPN, but I kind of understand what you're saying now. Okay. All right. Let me go to the Kick dashboard, see if I have any subs or whatever things to say. Atomic Angel gifted a sub, thank you. Bad Banner gifted 5 subs, thank you very much. Jeff Reno gifted 5 subs, thank you very much. Gumbercules gifted 5 subs, thank you very much. I appreciate everybody who subscribes. Kick money is actually pretty fucking good. Now I understand why PPP is living it big in a high price society like Ontario, going to the casinos with the money. It's because he's got the big bucks from the Kick. Okay. That's it. Thank you for watching. Sorry if you're mad. I did everything right. I did everything correct. It's not my fucking fault that people lied. There's only so much I can do, and cervical inspections are not my thing. So I'm not going to be like, okay, spread your legs. I got to check for some bruising here. I got to check for some bruising. Make sure you're telling the truth, bud. All right. Where's my song at? Here we go. Oh, by the way, chat, I got my keyboard working. Here, let me open up Notepad. I'm gonna do some typing for you real quick. You ready? I'm gonna do some typing real quick, and then we can do the outro. Isn't it nice, chat? Isn't it nice? This is what's really important to me, is making sure that my keyboard sounds nice when I type. All right. Thank you for watching. Take it easy. So this is like 8 fucking times. Where's my fucking song at? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.